Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat going wild. We're debating heavy topics but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy hump day. It's not Taco Tuesday. It's hump day. What's up, what's up, what's up? Ooh, wee. Got sparkly hands. Good morning, Marilda. Hey, Drunky. Good morning, Lynn. Hey, Pretty Brown. Hello to anybody that is lurking, right? And working, or maybe lurking and twerking. I don't know. Who the hell knows? I don't know. But you know, it is so like, okay, so we about to be in a defense case over here in the little pair. I keep want to say par. It just seemed like they need to be parring off. Like they need to be teeing off or some shit with this name. I don't call her the damn nanny. Oh, man. So we have, we about to go into the defense case. If anybody was following the Uvalde trial with the officer, it looks like the defense rests. So they'll be into closing statements today. Didn't know if any of y'all wanted to watch anything with the closing statements. Then we have our Canero trial in New Jersey where, I don't know, we've seen a whole bunch of flashing lights this morning. Like his car is everywhere on camera. So we'll go back into that courtroom later today. It looks like we can bear it at 1.5. Yeah, we'll watch the verdict when the verdict comes down. I just didn't know if y'all wanted to watch closing statements. Only because this, I don't know how long today this trial will go, how many witnesses they have to bring up for this trial that we're currently watching with the all pair, but just to kind of keep us busy, I think. How was everybody's evening? Yeah, we clunked out on the Canero trial yesterday. We was like, dude, we gotta watch this on 1.5 speed. And I couldn't, before I went to my appointment yesterday, I didn't have an opportunity to do the full recording at 1.5. So that's what messed up yesterday. So that kind of messed me up yesterday because I had planned on getting that recording done. So when I went for my appointment, I could be listening to it and hanging out with you guys while I was waiting. I already knew our traffic is kind of like LA traffic because all the people from LA want to move to Arizona. But I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm still friends with people in California, but I'm so tired of them moving over here and making everything so more so much more harder for us over here in Arizona. Our prices of our houses, our gas, our food, our everything is going up. So thanks, Cali people. I'm talking to you, drunkie, SD serve girl, wherever she's at. Good morning. Good morning, Esther. I tell you, I was like, it took me literally 2 hours to get home yesterday. I was like, what the and I cannot, if y'all are anything like me, because I don't drive into bumper to bumper traffic all the time. Pretty brown girl, did I say good morning to you? If not, I apologize. Good morning. I'm like, we in stop and go traffic, right? And yesterday, the stream started while I was in stop and go traffic. So that's why I had a whole bunch of terrible typos and a whole bunch of mess. So like we in there, we like this is the traffic. It's like zoo. I'm like, oh shoot, you got everybody like speeding up. You like speeding up just to stop again. I'm like, you know what? How about I'm not gonna speed up? How about I'm gonna have this real big gap and I'm just gonna slowly take my foot off the gas pedal and I'm just gonna creep up there because hopefully by the time I creep my car up there, the traffic being moved again because I am so tired of doing the irky motherfucking jerky in this traffic. I'm like, I'm gonna hit somebody. So yes, that was not worth it. Like next time, give me a telehealth appointment because I cannot. I'm like, baby, at cheer practice. She like, look, why are you all the way in Scottsdale? I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be down here in Scottsdale. Girl, I could not. I cannot. Yeah, and then down there in Scottsdale is really something else because down there, that's where you in Scottsdale. And you among the people that got all the money because you don't see nothing but fancy cars. I'm seeing spaceships down there. I'm like, what is that new car? Where that come from? What is that again? Like, and just numbers. Like, oh, I don't belong here. I better go back where I almost felt like I was disrespecting the highway driving down there with my little raggedy car. I was like, I'm down here disrespecting the highway. Oh, yes, it is crazy. This traffic is terrible. And then where I stay at is one way in and one way out. So if anything happens, you in traffic forever. It's no way around it. So it's just no way around it. They say they're gonna try to expand the freeway, which they need to do, but it's only one way in and one way out. And so I'd be like, I don't even want to fucking go out. If it calls me, if I got to go on that road, I don't even want to go out. And Lord knows that you don't want to get on 10. I think the 10 comes all the way down to California. And if you get on the 10, it's the same thing up here that it is down there, okay? And the 101. Because I think y'all got the 101 down there too, drunkie. It is terrible. Okay, enough about my rant. Yeah, I'm gonna sit my ass in the house. How about that? Telehealth me, baby. Like telehealth me. If it wasn't my first appointment, I would have been like, telehealth me, bitch. Hit me with your best shot. Good morning, Only. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, guys, we are going to get in the courtroom. I love this judge. She's always on time. So, of course, they are on time, and that's awesome for us, right? Especially for people when we don't have any TiVo time, but it's cool. I will take us into the courtroom and let's see what we have on for today's date. What the defense is going to put up. I don't know. Does he testify? Maybe I should put that in the banner. I don't think he has decided. You say it started because of COVID. Well, that's the thing. Like, even with them moving here, Drunky, the part that's really bad about it is that they did nothing, but everything here is so expensive now. It wasn't like that when I first moved down here. It just really wasn't. Okay, so I'm gonna put a poll up here. Will Brendan take the stand? Yes, no, hope so. Whatever your thoughts may be. I am going to go ahead and get us into the courtroom so we can see what we have on today's agenda. And we'll go from there, guys.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Yes. Could you put your microphone on for me?
I have a motion.
Yes, your motion?
Your Honor, this is a motion to dismiss the trial pursuant to due process requirements of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. For the Commonwealth's knowing use of false testimony tainted the trial and must be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois. I have the cases, Judge, and I can submit those to you. I've given some to counsel. Unlike a motion to strike where we're talking about the sufficiency of the evidence, now the defense is making a motion to dismiss under NAPU versus Illinois. This is incumbent upon the moment that you realize what the violation is. And as of yesterday, when the Commonwealth closed, with no detectives, with no evidence relating to the digital forensics, which no evidence relating to the catfish, which has been what they've said all along. It was at that point when they rested that this became incumbent upon me to make this motion. Usually this motion is made in conjunction with a Brady request that's not complied with. It stands for the proposition that if the government knowingly uses false testimony, the trial is tainted, not just for credibility issues, and must be dismissed. In this case, and actually in NAPU, the government failed to correct the testimony of a witness co-defendant who stated he was given nothing in exchange for his testimony when the prosecutor knew he was to receive favorable treatment from the sentencing court. This knowing falsity was enough to taint the trial, requiring reversal. For this, a bit of background is required. In September, the Commonwealth gave me a list of probably 65 witnesses. That was the last filed witness list with, that was probably when Mr. Clayton was still on the case. There was no, pursuant to the discovery order, any witness list filed for the Commonwealth. It was only when I reached out that I was able to get a list of some names that they potentially might be using, of which Detective Miller, who's the digital forensic detective, was not on there, nor was Detective Bryant. In fact, there were very few police witnesses other than Detective Leach, who we did hear from. As the court notes, you've had this case from the beginning. You've seen the battles for Brady material, which we know were violated because ultimately what came was concluded to be Brady and was known to the Commonwealth back in November of 2024. In fact, even before that. Speaking specifically as to the things that were known or should have been known, is Detective Miller, for Fairfax County digital forensic expert at the time, did an executive summary that was in the October timeframe. In that, he says that Christine Banfield, he concluded that Christine Banfield never lost control of her devices. And it was she who was reaching out to Mr. Ryan and others on BDSM websites, thus thwarting the theory that the defendant was part of a catfishing scheme to lure Mr. Ryan to the Banfield home to set up a double murder. Detective Miller's report was sent to be peer-reviewed as the chain of command did not like its findings. That peer review was concluded and they concurred with Detective Miller's report. This was known a year before Mr. Banfield's arrest and coincided with Juliana Perez Magalhaes' arrest. During the almost 1 year that Juliana remained in jail, Juliana's counsel requested 2 continuances and never secured a digital forensic scientist. And it's unknown if he knew about Detective Miller's conclusions at the time that he decided to take to advise his client to take the actions that she's taken. When the co-defendant decided to accept the reduced plea for time served and her mother counseled her to take the plea and blame it all on Brendan, there was a highly unusual event for Fairfax County wherein the lead prosecutor for this case, Eric Klingen, questioned and interviewed Juliana in the presence of her counsel and some police detectives. In that video interview, she gave a statement in which multiple occasions of her version did not line up with digital forensics and could not have occurred. Detective Miller was then pressured by the detectives in the case to alter his findings to fit Juliana's story, to which he declined and prepared his summary for the homicide unit. He was then transferred without a request to the child exploitation unit. It can be concluded that as of October 2024, the police and the Commonwealth attorneys knew the evidence did not support the catfishing theory. When in October 2025, when she gave her first recant, there were police and prosecutors in there, yet the prosecutor was the one that was questioning. The absolute unprecedented upheaval of the homicide division has been well documented and is directly related to this catfishing theory that was pushed upon and also by the unsupported evidence. At the defense motion for bill of particulars in September, the court asked, is this still a viable alternative for the Commonwealth to prove catfishing? And the Commonwealth committed to that. However, as the evidence ends yesterday, Judge, we have nothing but Juliana Perez Magalhaes. That's, as to the motion to strike, I understand the court's position, but these findings and the evidence to support the finding that the Commonwealth knew or should have known is it within every aspect of this case at this point. But this is essentially a lack of candor issue, Judge, with the court, and it's in violation of Virginia State Bar Rule 3, which requires candor with the court. Rule 3.8 requires the Commonwealth to be the minister of justice, not just an advocate. Further, 3.8 requires the prosecutor to withhold indictment if there is no probable cause. At the time of Mr. Banfield's indictment, the police knew about Detective Miller's findings, and Ms. Perez Magalhaes had not changed her story and accepted the Commonwealth's plea deal. These ethical requirements have not been met. But more troubling is the presentation of false evidence by the co-defendant. It is analogous to a prosecutor presenting the testimony of a victim in a rape case, knowing the DNA exonerates them, but doesn't present it. This known falsity denies the defendant a fair trial. This should be dismissed pursuant to NAPU versus Illinois as violator of the 14th Amendment. And there are additional cases, Judge, which I have for your review, which are closely aligned with NAPU, which is the seminal case.
Yeah, I'm familiar with those cases, but thank you, Mr. Carroll. If you want to.
Would you?
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, counsel has highlighted the Commonwealth's witness list containing 65 people, most of whom we did not call. I expect the same to be true of defense, and that is the nature of a case. When we want to make sure that we do not limit ourselves should evidence be required, we list a witness on that witness list, which is provided to the court well in advance of trial. In this matter, we call the witnesses that we believe presented the evidence clearly to the jury. We have presented the physical evidence collected, we've presented the DNA analysis, we've presented the blood evidence, and there is no requirement that we call a lead detective to present a narrative when we in fact have the person who was in the room to present that narrative. In this case, counsel argues that Juliana Perez-Magales presented false testimony. That's a matter for the jury. Counsel simply doesn't like what she said. That doesn't make it false. At this point in time, Judge, I don't believe that there's any merit to this motion, and we would ask you to deny.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I am familiar with the Knapp cases and their prodigy. And the Knapp cases are a little different from here because in those cases, they're based on a prosecutor's failure to correct testimony that he knew to be false. That's not what we have in this case. There's no evidence the Commonwealth is using false testimony. It's just the weight of the co-defendant's testimony that does go to the jury. I don't have any Brady violations at trial at this time, and none have been alleged. The Commonwealth has presented their evidence, which has survived a motion to strike, but I cannot find any violations of the 14th Amendment. At this time, the co-defendant did provide testimony as to a catfishing theory. The way the Commonwealth puts on their case is up to the Commonwealth. I don't have any evidence or showing that the Commonwealth has used any false statements, testimony that they knew to be false. So therefore, I'm going to deny your motion. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir. Are you going to start with the evidence, the exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Have we gone over them?
Yes, we have, Judge.
Okay, and do you have an agreement as to which ones you don't
There are
object to?
several that the Commonwealth would agree may be admitted. There are equally as many that the Commonwealth would object to.
So we'll just go one at a time. Is that
Probably for the
easiest?
best.
Okay, all right. We ready for the jury then?
Judge, the Commonwealth does have a request.
Okay.
Our expert who testified yesterday, Iris Dallygraph, she has flown home, and we are asking that she be permitted to watch his expert's testimony through the live feed so that she can then, if recalled
If
in
you have a
rebuttal.
rebuttal. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay, no objection. So
Thank
that's
you.
fine. Thank you. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, sure. Yep.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the Commonwealth has rested. The defense will start their case. I believe Mr. Carroll would like to start with submitting some evidence that was referenced in the Commonwealth's case, but he did not present to evidence, so he wants to put that in evidence now, okay? So we'll go through those exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor. Harry, can you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, that would be Exhibit 1. I'd move that into evidence. as-
Judge, we don't have a
We
display.
don't have a screen.
I'm sorry,
We do not have it on our screen.
should be on the witness screen. Is it showing now?
No, ma'am, it is not.
Can you see it on your screens over here? Yes, you can see it. You can see it in your back screen. There's something wrong with your monitor then.
Okay, we'll just step back.
Okay, that's fine. If that works, we can get, you're attached. You can, it might just be a plug, but. All right. Okay, any objection to defense 1?
No, Judge, there's no objection to defense 1 through 9.
Okay, all right, so defense 1 is evidence.
Your Honor, I'd ask that that be published to the jury.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, sorry, is counsel intending that the jury read each of the 73 letters?
We're not have time for that, Mr. Carroll.
Okay.
They'll have them back when they deliberate. And this is defendants 2?
Defendants 2.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth. Is that
Defendants 3, Your Honor.
3? No objection from the Commonwealth. All right.
Exhibit 4.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 5.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 6.
Again, no objection in evidence.
Exhibit 7.
Again, no objection.
Exhibit 8.
All right, no objection from the Commonwealth.
Exhibit 9.
All right, again, no objection from the Commonwealth.
And I think Exhibit 10 is where
Right. If you could put it on.
I'll
the-
show it.
Yeah, if you could put it on the screen, please, so I can see it. Okay.
Yes, and
All right.
Judge Commonwealth objects as this is an incomplete exhibit. It identifies itself as being 1 of 3 pages, only 2 pages are present. The last sentence on the second page clearly indicates there is more to come that has been eliminated from the
Do you have the
exhibit.
third page to this?
I don't have it with me right now, Judge, but she's identified this as something that she wrote. She's identified, nothing's been excluded intentionally.
I understand, but there is a page 3 of 3 that's not there. So at this time, I'll sustain the Commonwealth's objection. If you, at some point, find page 3, we can readdress.
Okay.
No objection to 11 through 15.
Okay, no objection, 11 through 15.
This is 11 year, I'm sorry. Yeah, 11.
All right, in evidence.
This is exhibit 12.
In evidence.
Exhibit 13.
Okay.
Exhibit 14.
All right, in evidence.
And exhibit 15.
15 in evidence.
And I believe that was it for the agreed exhibits.
All right, 16, if you could pull it up. And what will the objection be for 16?
Same objection, Judge.
Okay.
This appears to be 2 pages of a longer letter, while this one does not identify how many pages were originally contained. The last sentence on the second page is cut short. So there is
Alright.
clearly additional information that was not included by defense.
If you could go all the way down, Mr. Carroll. All right, so I'll sustain the objection again if you can find the rest of
Okay.
it. That's
you.
fine. And then 17,
And Judge, Commonwealth would not object to 17 through 41. I'm sorry, 17 through 42.
so can we just enter 17 through 42 in evidence instead of showing it briefly?
That's fine. I wasn't certain.
That's
sure.
fine by me, but I just want to make sure you're comfortable with it, but they'll have
I'm
all of
comfortable
these.
with it. Yeah, no,
Okay,
I'm comfortable
perfect.
with that.
All right, 17 through, I'm sorry, what number?
42.
2.
All right, so 17 through 42 in evidence.
And
And then if you could pull up
43.
43, okay, what's the objection to 43?
Judge, this is a letter that purports to be from a third party
Okay.
to a witness. This is hearsay. It is not admissible. That
Okay.
person has not been called to testify.
All right, any response to that?
It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Judge. It's
Then
offered
what
for the
is-
subject matter, I guess.
Then Judge, I would object as not relevant.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay. Okay, that's 43. And then 44, do you have an objection?
Yes, Judge. No, I'm sorry. 44, no objection. 45, no objection. 46, no objection. Our next objection doesn't hit till 51. So
Okay.
through 50, no objection.
All right, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50 in evidence. If you could pull up 51.
And Judge, the objection is that 51 and 53 are duplicates. If he could elect which one he would,
Oh, they're the same.
Yeah, Judge.
correct.
Okay,
and
which
I was
one?
going to identify that as well.
Sure, which one would you like, 51 or 53?
Let's go with 51 and.
All right, we'll put
scratch 53.
51 and withdraw 53.
no objection then to 52,
Okay,
54
okay,
through 56. Our next objection is 57.
all right. So 55 and 56 also, and 54 in evidence, 57. That's the one from the producer, correct?
Correct,
So
hearsay.
assuming objection is hearsay.
Correct.
Judge, I'm offering it not for the truth of the matter, but for the timing of the matter.
I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay 57. All right. She already testified to it. They still have that information. 58.
No objection, 59, no objection, 60 objection, third party
It's
to,
from her mom. Okay,
Correct.
if you could pull up 60. So 58 and 59 are in evidence.
Uh, 60, Your Honor?
Yes, the objection is hearsay.
Hearsay.
Yes.
Once again, it's the timing of it that I'm looking for, but I understand.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection as to 60. We have 61.
objection,
I think it's a motion
It
to
is.
continue trial. Okay, what's the objection? I mean, that's a court record, but what's the objection?
Judge, it's not a court record in this case,
That's true.
and it contains a number of opinions of counsel
Okay,
that I do not believe have been testified
All right.
to, so hearsay.
all right.
I think it's a judicial document that the court can take notice of. It also shows the timing of what it is that, in terms of the timing of when this motion is being set, it's weeks before her pending
Right.
trial.
Which she testified to, and you do have evidence of that, but this does contain hearsay, so I'll sustain the objection to 61. 62 is a picture.
Objection, it is actually a video, it's the recorded call, and is hearsay.
Okay, all
It's-
right.
it's-
So don't,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
do you want me to open it up?
No, I don't need you to open it up. I recall. You had just showed the picture. I didn't allow the video at the time, if I remember correctly.
Right, and
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, I had just had a picture of it at the time of the testimony. I didn't allow the video at the time.
Correct.
The audio.
Correct.
I think it was an audio file, yes.
And this is an audio file of her negotiating with a producer relating to Hulu, Netflix.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection then. Thank you. 63,
No objection, Your Honor. Next objection would be to 70.
all right, so 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and if we can go to 70, I think that's a conversation.
And
What's that
Judge,
conversation?
the objection here is to relevance. I'm not sure, it's such a brief portion of a conversation and it doesn't appear to have,
If you have a way to close that for me, Mr. Carroll, I'd appreciate it. I think that closes the whole PowerPoint to do that. What was the time frame of the conversation? Do you recall, or do you have it?
Judge, I can pull it up.
I just can't see.
Judge, I don't know why that's popping up.
I'm not
This is the court's computer.
I think you have to sign into your account on that computer, but that's.
So Judge, the chat begins on January 9th. It is purportedly between Christine's phone and an unidentified user. And it talks about having had fun that day with Valerie.
Okay, and that's when the co-defendant testified that that was a conversation she had with Christine, correct? And your
I believe
objection
so.
is relevance?
My objection is relevance. I'm not sure where this has to
All
do.
right,
with
how is this conversation relevant?
The January 9th is an important date, as the testimony is brought out. It's the date when the email was set up for the connection with all of the devices.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. 70 is in evidence, overcome with subjection. And then 71.
Objection, Your Honor. Those are portions of a document. Best evidence would be the objection. It needs to be the entire
document.
of the document.
All right, are you able to get the entire document for January? I think it's a January 21st, 2023.
We have admitted it into evidence.
Okay. So you already have the entire document in
Correct.
evidence?
It has
All
been
right, so do we
admitted.
need this then, Mr. Carroll? This is just parts of it?
These were the FetLife communications, Judge.
Right. Which they already have in evidence. I can't remember what number their evidence. Do you have the number?
I do, Judge. 77 through 79.
Is the entirety of what is
Correct.
parts on this? Okay.
If that's, I'll withdraw that.
All right, we'll withdraw 71. That takes us to 80.
Is Council not offering
think-
72, 73, 74,
I
75.
think we're offering to 71, Judge.
All I have is to 71. You're not doing 80, 80A, B, C, D?
Not at this
81.
point, Judge.
Okay. That's all I have then. All right. Okay. All right, yes, sir. Then your first witness?
Judge, I would call Officer Beckner.
Officer Beckner. You might want to check the plugs and see. if
Yeah,
they're-
so it actually clicked on initially. There was a view of
Yeah.
that computer's screen.
It might just be a loose wire.
Bad way. There we go.
May I just consult?
Yes. Are we good?
Yep.
Okay, good.
You got it? Nope, other way. Just, there you go. Are you doing this? I don't think there are any questions, so I'm actually doing it.
Good morning, Officer.
Morning, sir.
Once I get this video, I'm going to ask you to identify it.
Okay.
Okay?
Sir, could you state your name for the record?
Zachary Beckner.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, do you see that picture on the screen?
Yes, sir, I do now.
Do you? Sorry.
I'm just sorry, is this a video that's already in evidence, or is this video that you are,
This is, so there's, Judge, I'll just tell you, the Commonwealth moved in first 6 minutes
okay.
of
so
this video,
is-
and this is going to be a continuation
All right, so
beyond.
this, what would you mark it as your
Um,
exhibit then?
I think we're at 84, are we?
Let's see. 82, if you want to go in order.
Let's go in order, yes.
Okay,
82, thank you.
82. Okay, thank you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at that picture and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you can identify what you see there.
It appears to be body cam footage, sir.
Okay, and was this the body camera video from your body cam?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and this was on, what date was this on?
February 24th, 2023.
Okay, and this is the, what if anything are you doing as you go in?
From this, I'm about to enter the house.
You're all right, he's identified the video. Can we publish this to the jury?
You want to admit it into evidence?
Yes.
Is it under seal?
I think it is
Okay.
because of the graphic nature of
All
it.
right, so 82, any objection, 82 under seal?
Okay.
All right, 82 in evidence, under seal.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shop person? Who else? Just us?
All right, hold down, somebody hold down.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside? Anybody over here? Here, ma'am, stay here, ma'am. Stay right here. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up. Is there anyone else in the house? You need kids in the house? Ma'am, I need you outside now.
What do you need?
Get medics in there now.
Scene's cold for medics.
He grabbed my arm. Go ahead. He grabbed my arm when I just heard that coming.
Sir, at this point, had you engaged in any duties at what you're seeing right now in the video?
Could you clarify what you mean by
What
duties, sir?
were you doing? What were you asked to do? What did you take it upon yourself to do?
We were trying to locate a chest seal in the medical kits that we carry in our cruisers.
Okay, and that's something that you had with you?
That's what the black bag is that I sat down on that bed.
Okay.
Get it. Don't do that. I don't know where you shot it. Who's that chest wound seal? I need it from the cat right now. You got stabbed by him, so watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now we're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Can we get Gauze? Get Gauze out. Up this way. Upstairs. Hey, chest seal over, and I'm gonna put that right now.
Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind you.
Hey, open this up for Balmer. Yeah. I got the other one for him. Okay, go.
Wait, this way now. Behind me.
Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me?
I don't have anything.
Up this way. Just go to the top. Just to the top. He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
He got on that. Multiple stab wounds on that.
I don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Check.
Chest.
Okay. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay?
Just fucking go break. Sit in the top. Sit in the top. Sit in the top. You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Whatever you. Hey, get another. ALT, get more blowout kits.
Homicide Bravo, Fairfax County 4.
I don't know.
You shot in the head.
Oh, no. Shot in the chest.
It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung.
No need for K9 or helo at this point. K9 10.
I don't even know what to do.
Just leave it. Just leave it. Just leave it. We're in there. All right. Okay. Yep. Since we got this kind of wait for medics, can you talk with him?
I don't have a pulse. Medics expediting, or where are they at?
I can go home. Guys. Hey, do a pulse on him.
No, not at all. What do you need?
Go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
Start going. Start. Who's most liable to go now? She is. All right. Multiple stab wounds to the neck. Thanks.
So I mean, have a whole multiple stab wounds, so we'll have to do the CPR with gunshot wound.
All right. Who's still breathing?
You know what we have right here?
No idea. Don't know if it's one on the left side. All right.
Okay, she's still breathing.
We can feel blood moving.
We can see her.
You can stop him if you draw it. Yeah, we're gonna get her.
Over there.
Yeah, this. Is she breathing over here? She's breathing. That's why we're moving. Grab him. Take him downstairs. You can't hold him. Are you hurt? Stand by.
Sorry.
Okay, here we are. Nope, there's no pulse. Nothing. There's nothing. What do we need?
I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA. I mean, we can. So I think that might be obvious over there. Just go over here.
This is my way. I don't know.
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go?
Don't know this is.
She's done.
All right, that's fine. I don't know. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. You want to check out of there? It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. So where is she? Grab the guy out there. Get it down. This is not Palmer's remote case. There was 2 on the bed when I came in. Okay, this one's got blood on it. So stay with him. I'm not sure. He doesn't know. Yeah. I'm gonna wait till we're done. Yeah. You don't know that guy? No. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
On the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. That's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the bed handle.
Yeah, let's.
We have a knife right here.
You guys are good.
Yeah.
Hey Sarge, what's up? Do you want us to escort him outside? Yeah, right now they're working, so we're gonna be one more.
So, we're not working.
No.
But I'll get them out.
So once they. All right. Is he gonna be okay?
Move her and go?
Yeah. All right. Get you downstairs. Okay. All right, we're gonna move you.
Got a knife here.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? Kids are out of the way. Kids are outside. We're gonna clear the rest of the house.
So we've got to go with them.
Okay.
You guys want me to go with them?
If you want to go with it, that's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You're with me on which end of the house. What are we doing here? He's just saying we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay, all right. We're gonna get something down there.
Sir, that's the video that you previously watched, the Commonwealth's case, correct? Up to the 6.6-minute mark?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was your body camera continuing beyond that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and approximately how long did you, were you escorting Mr. Banfield that day?
Correct. I escorted him out of the house to the ambulance, rode in the ambulance with him to the hospital.
Okay. Your Honor, that clip was identical to what the Commonwealth did. I have the longer clip, and I'm just going to switch that out right now so we can go from this point and continue on with the clip.
So 82 should just be your second part?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we'll keep what we just watched will stay as the Commonwealth's exhibit, and then now 82 will just be what you're going to play from here on out.
Yeah, from 6:42 on.
And you'll have a separate file? You have a separate file for that? For
Yes,
me? Okay.
I just have to.
Okay, so 82 will just be that separate file then?
Okay.
Okay. And I assume there's no objection to the continuing of the body cam?
No, ma'am, and just for clarification, what we just watched was Commonwealth 6.
Number 6?
Yes.
Okay, so that will stay at Commonwealth 6, and then whatever we're about to play now will be 82, and I assume there's no objection to the rest of the body cam?
Correct.
Okay. So 82 will be in evidence. Under seal.
It's because he disconnected.
We're gonna get something down there. All right, guys. Somebody get behind him.
Sir, do you recognize that as being continuation of the video?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So she's gonna go up to, obviously, that's gonna be this one for now. He's obviously gonna
Hey, can you check him out?
Yeah, I got more units here. Let's go check him out.
He's starting to break down.
Stay, sorry, I'll just do walk through, okay?
What did you say? Okay. We're gonna have to get him out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Can you give him a second? Don't touch anything else.
I'm not. Let me change my gloves out. We can get him out of here. The knife's there, guns are on the bed. I got you.
We're gonna take him and stick him in the freezer. Yeah, I gotta hook him up there. Having a breakdown.
Yeah, just give him a second.
I gotta put him on the monitor. Yeah. Is she okay? So the fire department, they take over at this point? We're kind of just here. Is she breathing? So again, they're down there. What I want to do is get
Just
you
watch what
upstairs,
you're
get you
kicking,
outside,
please.
get acid. All right. Does that work?
I know what you got to do. I'm just.
If you can't walk, we can wait a minute. Give me a minute. I think.
Now, was that you saying, watch what you're kicking?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that directed toward anyone in the room there?
It was directed towards the firefighter that you saw with the face covering on the mask.
The one who came by you to your right?
Correct.
Okay, and was he tending to the scene over near Joe Ryan?
Correct. He was hooking up to leads.
Okay, and was there distortion of how it looked before he?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading if you want to rephrase.
When you said stop kicking, what were you referring to?
He had kicked some blankets out of the way.
Okay. Do you remember the colors of those blankets?
I believe they were purple.
Purple? Okay. Were they the only blankets or towels that were in that area?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You just remember him kicking?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember if he kicked anything else in the crime scene?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
He stopped after you?
After I told him to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just giving you some fresh air right now at the glove, okay? So we can get you outside.
You got gloves on?
Yes.
Can you help him? Just be with him.
Yep.
Now, you're holding Mr. Banfield, my client, at that time. What was the reason for you to hold him?
He was unsteady on his feet, sir.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything or relating to his ability to walk?
At that point in time, no, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. But you, sometime later on in this video?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
What's your name?
Brendan Banfield.
Say, with Vienna?
Easy. Sorry, say it again.
So you with Vienna?
My office is in Vienna. Correct. Did you call my office?
No.
I need to call my manager at some point.
It's the least of our worries right now, man.
We're just gonna get you in a cruiser outside in the air where you can breathe. You're okay, okay? You're not hurt?
I don't think so. We'll check him out when we get him over to the car. Watch out, watch out.
Yep.
What's wrong with your right leg, sir?
Bravo,
Maybe, I don't know, maybe just nervous. Okay.
I'm going to be calling medic 436 to Reston Hospital.
Take some deep breaths, all right?
You need to sit down somewhere. Is there a way to get an update? Right now.
They're handling everything from here. He doesn't think so. We haven't had a chance to really do a full inspection quite yet. If you guys want to check him out.
Yeah, we can do that.
He's just a little unsteady on his feet, though.
We can go put him in the ambulance.
All right, let's do that then.
We're going to go ahead and check this gentleman out in the back of the ambulance, okay? We'll check this one, make the
Officer Beckner, had my client complained of any physical ailments other than having difficulty walking?
Just whatever he said was going on with his right leg.
Okay.
That was it.
And when you said you were going to go check him out, was there anything that caused you alarm that caused you to want to have him checked out?
I just wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay, thank you.
Where's my daughter? I think she's out there with him, sir. Is there anybody else in the house other than your daughter and the other female?
So she's an au pair, Manny.
Okay. But it's just the two of them, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter.
Just 1 sec. We're gonna hit around this other door here, all right?
This way.
Sit here, okay? Right here. As high up as crease as you can.
Yeah.
Is anything bothering you right now?
I just feel unsteady.
Okay. Were you hit with anything? A knife? Anything?
No, I took the knife. I took the knife from him.
Okay. All right. So you're not hurt anywhere. Is that not your blood, correct?
I think it's.
All right. You want to slip this jacket off for me so we can evaluate you real quick? I'm gonna have you kick your other foot up for me.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
think
get it
it's
off.
fine. Yeah.
Hey, Honor Bravo.
Yeah, Honor Bravo.
That might be a bag in my car.
Pressure, all
Your
right?
info's going to be set up at Stablebrook Way in Silver Court.
Officer Beckner, do you know who took possession of the jacket when it was taken off of him?
Officer Hugh.
Officer Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna take your watch off for now, all right?
That's fine.
So I can see. I give it to the officer standing behind you. Where did all this blood come from, do you know?
I was holding her neck.
Okay.
Do we have any crossings that need to be covered?
511
Is there a way to
Bravo.
get
I've got
an update?
one up at House
Taking
Tavern
it
in
to the
front of
hospital right now.
Rangewood.
They're not gonna have much of an update. They're gonna take it to rest in the hospital, okay? Yeah. All right, I don't see any wounds on you. I'm just gonna check you out. Would you like to run up to the hospital?
Can I be with her?
They're gonna work on her when they get there. You wouldn't be able to see her immediately anyway. If you do choose to go.
Yes, I want to be with her.
Okay, then we'll take you up there for evaluation then, okay?
Sure. What's going to happen to my daughter?
That I'm not sure. That's a
As
question
of
for the
right now, I
officers.
believe she's sitting with one of our officers until we figure out what all is going on. Take it back.
Taking that last crossing.
Hey, Doherty, it's going to be Drainsville at 8:50 to 9:20, right there in front of the Kiss and Ride.
Let's get squeezed real tight. All right, perfect. We'll take all that off then. You can take it off there. Okay. His arm. Take this off from your neck. So just to confirm, nothing's bothering you right now, right? Physically, you weren't injured at all.
If anything hurting you at all, man, they're trying to find out so we can make sure we get you help too.
Yeah, what door's going on here? You guys.
We're going to need his,
No, you're good. You're good. Put your hands down.
That's fine.
If not,
you're not going to be able to have him in the hospital
It's
anyway.
fine.
yeah, let me have the wiper.
I have cops.
Okay. What department are you with?
Department of Treasury, Internal Revenue Services.
Okay.
And I got
It's okay. Those can stay for right now. That's fine.
Zach?
Yeah.
So before you roll, let me make sure they decontaminate what you have on you, okay?
Okay. I don't think I've got anything directly on me, but hey, Derek.
Yeah.
I've got mags in his watch. If you want to hold on to this,
What was that?
I've got mags in his watch. I'm gonna go with them to the hospital.
Yeah,
Police department.
A bag.
I don't have an answer to that right now. I wish I did, but I don't. I'm sure they'll give you an update as soon as they can. The question is, would you like to go with us or would you like to go with the police?
Whatever. It doesn't matter. If I can be with her, that's what. This is what one of the medics have, one of the bags the medics have. Okay.
What is he looking for? Just a
I'm
plastic
assuming so,
bag.
Zach. Did we?
A what? Plastic bag.
Just right now, did we search them?
No, I haven't searched him yet.
Everyone stand up. Sorry, man. It was just, it's fine. I have.
You're good. Sorry.
I know. That's fine. Yep.
I'll leave his badge on him.
Brother, you know the procedure. We apologize. It's fine.
Knives or anything on you?
No, that's my cell phone. And personal cell phone. And you're with the Treasury. Okay. Did you get the bag? A bio bag? Do you have a bio bag?
Yes. Anything on that side, Terry?
Yeah,
he's going.
Yeah, that's what he just. He's got a badge if you want to. There's a couple of He's Treasury Special Agent.
Officer, is there a policy about searching someone who goes in an ambulance, or what were the circumstances that caused that search?
We were just trying to confirm he didn't have any further weapons on him, sir.
Okay, after he told the fireman that he had the mags?
I believe that's what he said to him.
Okay.
Zach, you gonna go?
Yeah, I'll ride with him. That's fine.
My badge and wallet is in my jacket. Your badge is clipped on you, brother. We're gonna leave it on you, okay?
All right, my credentials.
Okay.
Yep, that's fine. Just go ahead. You can sit back down. You're all right.
I'm gonna follow him down.
Okay.
I'll follow you down to the hospital.
Okay.
If you're gonna be in the ambulance.
Yeah, that's fine. Unless Zach,
Where
you
would
see
you-
my iPad
Right
right
there,
there.
right
Yeah.
Zach, you got gloves on?
Yeah.
Put his here. Put his stuff in here.
I'll follow you guys down too, so.
All right. Whoever's driving my car that was acting.
We'll have to figure that out, so.
Sir, was yours the Glock 19 with the TLR
Mine has the light. Yeah.
with the light on? Okay.
My other gun. My other gun is my personal weapon.
Oh, that's the 43X?
Yeah.
So both those are yours?
Both of them are mine.
Okay, the ones that we saw on the bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Where do you guys need me at?
It doesn't matter to me. You can probably sit in the captain's chair right there if you're going to ride with us.
He's gonna go.
I'll ride with you.
Yeah, just for evaluation. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, BLS good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you guys don't need anything else,
No, we're good. Yeah, go ahead.
we'll head out and we'll take the EMS captain phone you up and meet him at rest.
Okay, yeah, command's terminated, so I'm out of here.
All right, yeah, we're good then.
All right, and we're gonna roll over to rest in the hospital then.
Okay, sounds good.
We're good, Zach. To the rest.
You go with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we good to go or?
Yeah. To my knowledge, I'll just check real quick.
What's your first name?
D-R-E-M-D. Hey, are we good to transport him to the hospital?
Last name?
D-A-N-F-I-E-L-D.
What's your date of birth?
2/23/85.
Hey, LT or Gibbons, are we good to transport to the hospital?
Any underlying medical conditions? Liver blood, hypertension, and any cardiac issues? Taking medications for anything? Any allergies, any medications? No. How old are you? Any birthday? Call the hospital, let them know we're coming, okay? not injured at all. He's just coming from evacuation very recently. No medical history. No he's got blood on his hands. I'm sure I didn't have the whole story. He's pretty worked up. But yeah, all these files we have pulled up there just to figure it out. About 5-10 minutes. All right. It's just something that it's good to clean that blood off at the time. You can never.
I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I don't see why it would be an issue, but I'll hold off right now.
All right.
No way to get him up here.
No, not until we get to the hospital. I wish I had more for you, but I don't. Hospital can't tell me anything like that over the phone. They know you're coming and they know your wife. My wife. They know your wife is there. So I'll be ready for you when you get there.
As of right now, she's still over there. From what I understand, sir, she's there with the other officers that are still on scene. Are they going to tell them? I mean, as of right now, there's really no other information to explain to her. I don't think they're going to tell her anything. It's kind of a delicate matter, and I don't think anybody wants to upset her currently. She's only 4. Yes, sir. I understand that.
Exact copy of one.
Go ahead.
And the gentleman that you're with, do me a favor, once you get all this information, give me a call with that, please.
Direct. I don't have my phones on me. You spell your last name for me, sir?
Yeah, I got it. Just
okay. Appreciate it, brother. sir. Thank you. You're with the IRS, correct? Yes. That should be 40.
MTV 40.
You don't have to see the event, stay the wrong way. Yes, sir. Can you put this license reply that next week Frank's at 7044?
I apologize. The customer is on the channel clear. 10 more touch on this channel clear for routine traffic.
You okay with walking in? We'll head out because we're here, okay?
Yeah.
All right, I'll have you step back out this side door that we came in.
Yes. Good, sir.
Step down there.
Just wait right here for us. Yeah, we're trying to find out what room to put you in. Can I see her? No, not yet.
Any motors on channel 3 or 5?
Just take a seat on the bed for me.
Anything about
You just said that she didn't make.
I didn't hear what he said, so.
the cut and stuff probably needs to be switched out.
Can you have someone check with him again?
Okay. What is the nature of the incident?
Check what?
The status of his wife, man.
Hi, sir. My name is Gina. I'm one of the doctors here. Your wife has died. Where's what?
She's still at the scene, sir. She's with the other officers.
Would you guys be able to ask someone else to bring some t-shirts? That's the nurse.
Okay. We're still burning. Just a heads up. Body cams are still on.
Okay.
It's okay.
Just yell at me. I'll get out of your way.
What's the on ticket? Okay, no problem. Do you want, just for a napkin? Were you there at the time?
Yes.
You were there at the time. So is there any part that I can help, I can explain what happened when she arrived here, but you were there and it sounds like there was a lot of blood loss.
Yes.
And so I think that she died of blood loss. Her airway was actually okay. I'll call the medical examiner, of course, and we'll do an autopsy and make sure we know for
Yes.
certain. But
I was trying to apply pressure.
yeah. I mean, those were enormous wounds, and it's not.
There were so many.
Yes, and the neck is not compressible, so it's not possible really to stop all the blood loss. And her airway, it seems like, was in the midline. Okay, she was able to be intubated. Everything that was possible to be done was done for her right away. You did a wonderful, you did everything that was possible. It's not a survivable injury. Sorry. Is someone with her daughter? Is her daughter?
Yeah, we still have officers at the scene with her.
Okay. Just want to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah, she's safe. Yes, ma'am.
She's only 4.
Yes, sir.
It's for him. And did you get her surgery?
I think so.
Are you certain? Did the person come after you at all? Did they hit you or?
I think he put his arm on me at one point, but I don't think I'm hurt.
Yeah, sure. We have tissues here. Do you want to wash your hands? Probably feel better after that. Soap right here.
Officer, is this the situation that the Commonwealth asked you about when you were originally on the stand?
About him washing his hands?
Washing hands?
Correct.
Yes. And you weren't advised by anybody in your chain of command to not allow washing hands or anything like that?
At that point in time, no, sir.
I'm sorry?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay.
My name's Maureen. I'm the first victim in here today. I'm so sorry for your loss.
My wife is
You wanted it to be checked out medically, right?
sure.
Okay. And I have a bracelet with your name on it. Brendan Banfield.
Yes.
I'm just gonna put this on here. Would you like me to call our chaplain? Would that be possible?
Yes, please.
It doesn't sound like that's, the person struck him once, but, no injuries that we need to do imaging or anything like that for.
Verify that his right leg is okay. He's been having said it's been feeling weird.
Okay. Since this morning or before?
No, since this morning.
Okay.
I think
And then,
I just.
would you be able to sit down for just a second? I'm just gonna check your vital signs, I'm sure
Can I
it's
have
okay.
tissue?
Would you like me to get some scrubs to change into?
Yes.
Hey there. You got it. Okay. feel a squeeze of your left arm. I'm just getting your blood pressure real quick, okay? We're gonna check your oxygen level over here. So what's been going on with your right leg since it's happened? You feel like it's hard?
I don't, it's like I'm having spasms right here.
I see, okay. And where did the person hit you?
And I only remember sorry, my arm.
Okay. Okay, once you're changing into the scrubs, I'll just look you over there. But I see that you're walking and bearing weight. It's, if anything, it's a bruise, or like he said, you have a muscle spasm because of the stress. In the arm, your fingers, or trying to get a hold of it. I'm gonna let you get changed and get settled, all right?
You want to get them? You can get them right.
Is that the end of it?
Hmm?
Okay, you already switched out the linen and stuff on the cot, is that okay, or?
I guess.
How much do you weigh on here? Are you having any pain? Are you hurting?
Officer, is that Officer Baumler that was with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your daughter and a pair have been taken to headquarters, so they're both accounted for. They're okay, so. Yep. I'm gonna have to step out after the bags, phone, and all that.
It's all okay.
When he changes.
Yep.
So I'm gonna see if I have any paper bags.
Huh?
At this point, we can't let you do that, because we still have to investigate exactly what happened. Once the detective shows up and kind of talks to you, that's when we can let things, they'll kind of explain a little bit more in depth. We're not gonna ask you any questions about what happened, but what we do have to do is, take photos of you, in the clothes that you have on, so before you change in the hospital gown, and then we're gonna have to take your clothes as well, for that evidence, so, we're gonna do it, there's no easy way to do it, kind of the easiest way possible, so, I'm just gonna have to go get my county phone so we can get everything documented, and then basically it should be sending the detective up to kind of come and ask you what exactly happened, because we're not gonna have you go on numerous times and let them do it all. Okay? I understand that. I'm gonna go see if I can find some.
I know. I got it. suspects are on their way to my house some point today.
Like Officer Baumler told you, man, as soon as we're able to, we'll let you make phone calls.
Yeah. I don't know what time they're coming.
Okay.
I know they are coming, but I don't know what time.
Okay. I understand.
He said someone needs to take pictures.
Yes, sir.
Before they changed?
Correct.
Okay.
He's out going to go grab his county phone. Mine was all back in my cruiser.
I figured I didn't know if you guys need a brown bag.
I think he's getting one, but if you have one, that would be helpful. Just bear with us for just a second.
Just 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. I understand. Palmer, the ER staff has brown bags if you can't find one.
Yeah, just have them get a couple because we have to individually bag it.
Direct.
Yeah.
Is Valerie at least with Juliana?
I believe so, yes, sir. I don't see why they would have them separated at this time. Hey, boss. Can you see if they can bring me a couple brown bags, the paper bags?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll have some water.
I'm gonna see if perhaps he's gonna be coming this way soon, so we don't do it on the phone, but if not, next time caption is gonna be the way to go.
Appreciate it, brother.
You need one.
Josh.
Yeah. So,
See you.
Okay. So we have crimes and detectives coming out, and they'll be the ones to take all the photos and all that instead of us doing it on our phones. So that way, they're on the way now, so they should be coming in the next couple minutes. Okay. Do you need like a bottle of water or something?
I think someone's got it.
Okay.
Just a scrambling form. Do you have any other questions for us I might be able to answer right now, man?
Do we know who the person is?
I don't think he's been identified yet.
I can honestly say that We would not know that information. And at this point, even if we did, we probably couldn't get that information to you. That'd be the detectives that would let you know that.
Start with the other unit. This is going to be an EVP call. 10-4, 331 Bravo. Can you start?
My name is Betty. I'm a patient advocate, also chaplain, guest services. Yeah, is there anything I can do for you right now?
Can we say it for Can we say it for what?
Say it for your wife. Absolutely. What is it?
Christine.
Christine?
No, we have crafts and detectives who take photos. As well, so we know a few minutes.
She's got some. Do you have a specific thing? Community?
This is cool.
Gracious and loving God, come before you today in great distress. And Lord, we ask that you be with Christine and with her husband here. We ask that you surround her with your love, that she might feel that and know that you are with her. And Lord, we ask that you heal as only you can. We don't always understand your healing ways, but just ask that you be with her. And be with her husband now in such distress. Watch over him, surround him with your love, and let him feel enough of that love to carry him through not only today, but days and weeks to come. Lord, for a family of friends who can support them this time, please let them open their hearts and arms and provide that loving support so much needed. This we ask in your name. Amen. We say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. And I'm here all day. And I'm glad to come down. When you're ready, and just ask me. You have no tissues.
There should be a few boxes of them around here for him now.
I would like to take you anytime. You have a lot to process. Need some time alone with you on this. As I say, I'm here all day.
Thank you.
Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike Cangignol. I'm one of the detectives. My colleague, Detective Bryant back there. And Detective Hampton. I'm so sorry to meet you under these circumstances.
And sir, is that the entirety of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so did you manually shut it off when the detectives came in?
Correct.
Okay, and then uploaded it into the system?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, ma'am.
Just a couple of questions. Initially, when we started this video, we started with the portion that the Commonwealth had previously played for you, where you entered the scene. Counsel asked you about your duties, and you responded that you were, at that point in time, working on trying to get a chest seal on Mr. Ryan. Is that correct?
We were trying to locate a chest seal for the female at the scene.
Okay. Were you the first officer to approach Joseph Ryan?
That day, I believe so, ma'am.
Okay. And did you place a chest seal on Joseph Ryan?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't observe any blood coming from Joseph Ryan's chest wound, did you?
Not until after I did CPR.
And his hands were folded over that wound, is that correct?
They were across his chest.
All right. When you made it to the hospital with Mr. Banfield, he was not treated for any injuries to his leg, was he?
No, ma'am.
Or any other part of his body?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Any redirect? All right, is he still subject to recall, or is he done? Is he subject to recall, or?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess. Just again, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. All right, so we'll come back at 11:55 then. Is that fine? 11:55, thank you.
All right. Recess.
Well, we are on break. Let me see. I don't think. No, we don't have any TiVo time. I wonder why some of the videos, why they just didn't play them. Especially like his interview video and stuff like that, because we were not in the court. Duh. Like, come on, guys. We would like to see too. I mean, I can understand the videos when they were in the house, but they didn't already. Well, we don't want to see the bodies or anything like that, but definitely would have liked to see the interview video, right? So we don't have any TiVo time, but that's okay. So you guys, Brandon need to get up there and he gonna say she did it all. I was distraught. I was hurt. You know, I noticed that they both were looking for each other after this incident happened. Brandon was looking for, I don't know, did he even ask about his daughter? I don't even know if he asked about his daughter, but he definitely asked about the boo thing. Where is my all pal? I need to know where she's at. I need to understand where she's at. Please. You say you think he did once? Yeah, because I would have been like, I need to see my baby. I need to see my baby. I need to see my baby right now. Like, because how he know that the little stabby person didn't go down to the basement, you know, but we know how he knew because he planned it, right? Yeah, I would have needed to see my child. So I don't know what he was thinking. He gonna be like, he don't even know her. Now that might be taking it a little too far. Because we definitely know he knew her. If you went into your house and someone was stabbing your wife, and your pa both shot this dude, wouldn't you be like, what the F just happened? He was way too silent. I tell you. Yes, I would agree. My poor guy over here, and this with this. What the fuck? What is this? I'm like, if he don't stop wiping his eyebrows, like tears don't run up here, dude. Y'all see him? He's like, make sure y'all see it. Oh God! Like if he don't stop, like if you're gonna wipe, you need to take out like a little tissue, you know, like my boy Kevin West, and just had to whip it out, and you know. My guy, look, I'm gonna wipe my face now. My guy Brendan, like all up here with it. All up there with it. Yeah, so I definitely think that he gonna get on the stand and kind of say that, I agree with the defense. I don't know what kind of case the prosecution team put up here. I have not figured it out. What is going on? What kind of case this is they got? But I agree with the defense. Like they didn't call a lot of people that I think should have been called. Like y'all trying to say he was catfish. Well, where's the forensic stuff saying that? I guess they believe in because they have given a girl a deal. She got up there and testified saying that it was me, and it was Brandon, that they don't need experts to come up there. They didn't have any experts testify to how this chain and how this stuff went. And I think the defense was even saying they didn't even bring up a detective. Wait a minute, give me 1 second here. I'm gonna put on some music real quick. I gotta go do something. Wait a minute. Oh, well, I guess not. They back in the courtroom.
Right. Before the jury comes back, I just had a question I had Shannon. On that video 82, it starts, there doesn't seem to be anything that needs to be under seal because it starts with him facing the bathroom and they walk out. If you want to review it.
I don't believe anything would need to be under seal.
I mean, we can review the very beginning, but you're just going to have just that exhibit for 81.
We're gonna make sure that it's
Just
where we started.
Where you started.
I think that's fine.
Okay, all right, so we won't have that under seal, okay? And we can just confirm when we get it. Yes, all right, perfect. All right, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. right, your next witness,
Your Honor, Officer Baumler.
Officer Baumler.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Baumler.
Good morning.
I'm going to play a clip for you, and I want you to identify it first, all right, before we play the whole thing, all right?
Yes, sir.
We can't see anything on the screen.
This is not showing. Sorry. I think we may have solved it.
Yes, you have.
Looking at that picture before you, sir, can you identify this video?
Yes, that's my body cam video.
Okay, and this is from February 24th?
Correct, 2023.
From time to time, I'll stop and ask questions, but otherwise, I'm just going to have you watch, not the entire one. Yours goes almost an hour like the previous officer, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, we're going to be quite a bit shorter.
Do you want to mark it as?
Mark it as Defense Exhibit 83.
Okay. And is you asking to admit it into evidence?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
Judge, I don't believe so. Indicate if he's going to jump around this, I'm not entirely sure.
But do you object to the admissibility of?
Yeah.
Okay, so that can be an evidence. Is it?
Yes.
I don't know what it is, so does it need to be under seal?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so video body cam under seal in evidence 83. Okay.
There's a 34-year-old female that got stabbed by someone and then he shot him. He doesn't know the person that he shot, but he's on the ground. 50 Bravo is en route. You know. Oh no.
Zach, come on, kid. All right, there we go.
Go ahead. You want to know if they're inside or outside or where they actually are? 10-4.
Officer Baumler, that's the radio traffic relating to this incident that you're responding to?
Yes.
And you're gathering information as you hear that radio traffic?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Got it on the shoulder, boys. God, people. There we go. Come on, figure it out.
The patient is unconscious. Apparently she was stabbed in the neck. She's upstairs in the bedroom.
Sorry.
And the subject that was shot is in the bedroom downstairs. Let me ask. Fairfax County. 10-4. Bravo. Whatever units have shields, make sure they put on the radio so we know where he has.
Tank, we don't have time for
Units with the
shield.
shield advise. 5 Bravo. 5 Bravo has a shield. 5 Bravo. Ensure the caller put the firearm down and
Okay,
10-4.
guys, you gotta go a little faster, huh?
So apparently the caller doesn't know the subject, and the caller's trying to help the female with the.
Now, at this point, is what you're hearing on the radio the only thing that you know about this?
Correct.
Okay, so there was nothing prior to you starting up your car and going?
So typically what happens is when we get sent a dispatch, it does come to our computer. However, when scenes like this happen, we try to get them as quickly as possible. So most of that information comes over the radio, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta go. Drive a lot faster, better.
5 Bravo, Fairfax down is due to the wind.
What wind? Damn it, Zach. Go, Zach.
And just so we're clear, the body camera begins on what prompt?
So it can be activated one of a few ways. In this situation, it activates when the emergency equipment goes on, or you can activate it by pushing it twice.
Okay. And in this still, you're at the residence?
I'm just arriving, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you got one? Where's the shooter? Huh?
Shooter's helping the woman right now from a previous. He doesn't know the man that he shot.
Which house?
1330.
Uh, 52 Bravo, there's 4 of us at the door. 10-4.
Yep. Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun?
He's up here. He's an officer too. So he just didn't know. This is going out.
Anybody else downstairs?
No.
Where's the shot?
Oh, his daughter is downstairs. He's just.
Who else? Just us?
Yeah. She's just one of them. His daughter.
Guns on the bed. Guns on the bed.
Bravo, they're saying one of the patients is outside now.
Sir, is that the first time you've encountered my client, Mr. Banfield?
Yes.
And he was tending to his wife at that point?
It appears so, yes.
Somebody's outside.
All right. Watch out. We got him. Catch up. Jesus. Dude, give me a,
what can I do to help?
chest seal. Give me a chest seal. Yep.
Bring it up. Anything I can do to help?
What else was she stabbed? Is there any other stab wounds? Tank, come here.
Got something on her hand.
Tank.
She got something. There. You do it there. Stand right here.
She got multiple stab wounds to the neck. Okay. Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
She's breathing.
What do you need?
Get medics in here now.
Seems
And sir, when you said that, you were talking about Christine Banfield's breathing, correct?
Correct. Who shot? You shot? Okay.
He grabbed my arm.
Who did?
He grabbed my arm when I started applying.
Okay. Someone get with him. I don't know what he shot at.
Who's that chest wound seal?
I need it from this neck right now. She got stabbed by him, so someone watch him. Guys, chest seal now.
We're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. He called.
Up this way.
Up there. I need chest seal on her and I'll take it right now.
Just stay right there. Shoot him. There's another one behind me.
You can open this up for longer.
Yeah, I can't do anything with this right now.
Go.
Can't do anything with this right now.
What do we need?
Someone check my pulse for the guy behind me.
Yep.
She's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, multiple stab wounds. Okay.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand kind of tied up here. Up this way.
Just go in the tub. Just in the tub.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
Where do you have chest seal?
On her neck. Multiple stab wounds on her neck. Ready? As soon as I let go. Let me know when you're ready. Ready? We missed one. Chest seal.
Get another.
There's
another half.
Ready?
Go for it. Yep. Hold the door. Don't work on her, okay? It's just fucking hold pressure. Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, whatever you have. Just whatever you got. Hey, get another. ALT, get more blowout kits. Is there anything else that we know of other than this?
This one and the guy behind me.
On this female.
I don't know. I do not know. She might have defense wounds to the hand, but.
Everybody's accounted for. No need for K9 or helo at this point. K9 10. Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Secure a firearm. Just leave it. Where it is.
Tank.
Yep.
Since we got this kind of wait for the medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
Stand by 1 second. Medics expedited. Do we have a pulse on anybody?
I could feel him breathing.
Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No.
Pulse? Okay.
CPR on, go ahead.
Multiple stab
Do
wounds.
CPR on him.
Yeah, if you don't have anything, start going. Start doing
All right,
this one, she has a pulse. All right. Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, you're going to do CPR with a gunshot wound.
I felt the pulse when I was holding him neck.
All right. We have multiple chest wounds to the neck. We don't know if we have right here.
We don't know any other.
Stab wound to the neck.
Yes.
Don't know if we actually have it.
Don't know if it's one on the other side. We don't know.
Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek.
You guys-
Stop doing CPR on him.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're gonna get her.
Okay. Take them. New wrist.
Yeah, this. She's breathing over here. She's breathing. That's why we're moving her. Grab him. Take him downstairs. I can't feel close. You can't feel close. Oh my God. Are you hurt? Stand by.
Sir, did you have anything to do with moving any of the firearms?
I did not.
Did you see who did?
I do not recall who did.
Okay.
Sorry. No, there's no pulse wound. Nothing. There's nothing. What do I need?
I think that guy's going to be definitely DOA.
I
mean, we can.
So what's
I think that's maybe obvious over there. Just here.
I don't know.
Oh. What do you want to do? Do you want to grab that and go?
We're done. No, this is.
Don't miss this.
She's done.
All right, that's fine. I don't know. You want to get a rhythm on that?
Yeah. You want to? I got the monitor. It's right there behind you.
You have it?
Okay. So where's?
This is not Palmer's.
Nope. There was 2 on the bed when I came in.
Okay, this one's got blood on it. Yeah. So stay with him. He might. I'm not sure. He doesn't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait till they're done.
Yeah. You don't know that guy at all? No. He's the shooter. Yeah. I know. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently.
There's 2 on the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They weren't on the bedroom though.
Yeah. Or if you want.
We have a knife right here.
You guys are good right there. Hey Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside?
Yeah, right now they're working, so we're just gonna leave them on.
So,
I'm not sure. We're not working. But we'll get them out. Fuck, she can PDA.
So once they, all right. You gonna be over there?
Everybody just move her and go?
Yeah, let's just move her. All right. Hey, very close to the escort him down.
Yeah.
Is there kids down there? The kids are out of the way. Go try outside.
Sir, you accompanied Officer Beckner to the ambulance and all those sorts of things?
So in that situation, I believe what you're trying to ask is, was I in the ambulance with him? Can you clarify?
Well, so at some point, and we just watched Officer Beckner's video. I just want to make sure you went out of the house at the same time he did. Is that correct?
That is not correct, no.
Okay. Did there come up a time where you met up with him at the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And then your body worn camera was essentially the same after that?
Yes.
In terms of the hospital and all those sorts of things? Okay. Your Honor, that's the 12-minute, 36 seconds. That's defense exhibit number 83.
Okay, so you'll
And
crop it for me to
yes.
1236?
Yes.
Okay, to 1236. All right, thank you. It's in evidence up to 1236 then.
I don't have any further questions for the
All
officer.
right, cross-examination.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Afternoon, I apologize. When you entered the room, Mr. Banfield was on his knees next to Christine Banfield, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But Mr. Banfield wasn't using that blue towel to staunch the bleeding from her neck, is that correct?
Objection to leading, Judge.
It's
It's
cross-examination.
cross-examination.
I do not believe he was, no.
Okay, and he wasn't using the nearby blankets, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he wasn't using the sheet?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
No, you're.
Okay, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
See, subject, okay, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you,
officer.
ma'am.
All right, your next witness?
Your Honor, I have a video that Ms. Sands and I have talked about that Judge, I think the witness that we need for this video is not here right now,
Okay.
so we'll just
Next.
move on.
Next witness?
My next witness is Leanne Singley.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Bear with me, Ms. Singley.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you please state your name, spelling your name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Leanne Singley. First name is Lee, capital ANN. Last name Singley, Singley.
And what is your particular professional discipline?
I'm a forensic scientist.
Okay, and what areas of forensic science do you specialize in?
So currently I work mostly in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay, and can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your background and your training in bloodstain pattern analysis?
Sure. I guess I'll start with my educational background. I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of Pittsburgh. I also received a master's degree with a concentration in forensic science from the University of Florida. In 1987, I was hired as a forensic scientist in the Pennsylvania State Police Crime Laboratory. So I'm just entering now my 39th year in forensics. I spent about 17 years at the State Police Crime Lab and received some training regarding various areas of forensics, but in specific to bloodstain pattern analysis, I started my education in that in 1993. Afterwards, I've had basic and advanced training. I've had training in the math and physics of bloodstain pattern analysis, fluid dynamics of bloodstain pattern analysis, the interaction of blood on fabrics, so a fabrics training class, and other conferences and training opportunities that I've had throughout the years.
Now, ma'am, do you have hold any titles on boards or anything like that relating to your professional associations?
So I'm a member, currently a member of the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, which is a federally convened committee that is assisting the bloodstain pattern community in setting down guidelines and standards of how the discipline should be performed. I've been part of that group for a number of years. Prior to that, there was a similar group that was convened federally called the Scientific Working Group on Bloodstain Pattern Analysis. That began in 2002, and I was a member from the inception of that committee up until that committee was replaced through the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, otherwise called the OSAC.
And groups like the OSAC and the previous organization, what's the intent of those?
So as I stated, the intent is to bring together subject matter experts to help to develop guidance documents, standard documents on how the discipline should be performed or the training requirements that are necessary, other features of it. And it's not the only forensic discipline that does this. DNA does this, fingerprints, documents examination. They all have committees that are addressing those issues.
And is this all designed to have uniformity in terms of how it's being practiced?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Or what you just described, is that designed to have uniformity of how bloodstain?
Yes. I mean, it's the idea is that we would like all areas, all agencies or entities that perform this discipline to have a framework to which everybody will perform it the same way, or at least similarly, have the same standards that they would use to do what they do. Initially, Swigstain had a large international involvement, so it wasn't just the United States that was offering information into this committee and into these documents. There was a large international component as well.
Okay, and Swigstain, the company that was the predecessor to OSAC, that stands for Scientific Work Group, Stains.
Yeah, so it's Scientific Working Group it was on bloodstain pattern analysis, but they shortened it to Swigstain.
Okay, and did you have any role in running that organization?
Well, as I mentioned, I was a member from its inception. In 2002, I served as the Quality Assurance Committee chair for a number of years within that group.
And ma'am, have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in court regarding bloodstain pattern analysis?
I have.
How many times?
So specifically to bloodstain pattern analysis, I'm not sure. I've testified over 90 occasions on various areas of forensics. Greater than 10 of those are bloodstain pattern, maybe more.
And have you ever been qualified in the Commonwealth of Virginia?
I have not.
Okay. Have you ever done work within the Commonwealth of Virginia with police organizations?
Yes, I've conducted training for the Virginia State Police on a number of occasions in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Ms. Singley in as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Ms. Singley, you had an opportunity to see Ms. Groff's presentation yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually know her, correct?
I do.
Through your various affiliations.
Yes, sir.
And were you able to, in arriving at, well, let me show you a few things and see where we go from there. Your Honor, can we show that to the witness?
Yeah, it is shown to the witness.
Okay.
If you can make it a little bigger, it might help her.
Yeah. Not that.
If you double click on the file name right there, you have. There we go. No, you're having the same problem.
Judge, this is the court's PowerPoint that's coming up. I don't know. Well, ma'am, did you have an occasion to review items in this case?
I did.
And items of evidence relating to this case?
Yeah, so I received photographs, so I didn't actually have the physical evidence, but I did review photographs and videos and things of that nature that would expose me to what was evidence, turned out to be evidence in this case.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I'm going to have to switch the computer just because of that PowerPoint thing that pops up. Can I have a 5-minute recess?
No.
Ma'am, are you able to see a picture on your screen?
I can.
Did you have an opportunity to review this item as part of the evidence that you reviewed?
I'm sorry. Judge, have we identified the photograph?
No, I think it's defense 80, at least that's what it was marked yesterday.
83, I believe, Judge? Is that-
80.
80? Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 80. Have you seen that?
I've seen photographs of this item before, yes.
Okay, and what is it that you notice when you look at this item right here?
It's a knife. It looks like to be stainless steel, like a chef's style knife, and there appears to be transfer bloodstains or some irregular shaped bloodstains along the knife and the blade.
Now, in talking about bloodstains, is there a uniform terminology, or were there attempts to have uniform terminology as to what bloodstains are and varying other descriptive terms?
You mean the actual terms we use when we're writing reports? Yes, the organization that I mentioned to you earlier has set down standard terminology that we would use in the course of writing reports or training, or even just discussing bloodstain pattern analysis. And so that has been published.
And is that how you find, do you find that the terminology is uniform amongst bloodstain pattern analysis?
The goal, that is the goal, that it would cause uniformity, and it has definitely helped since that terminology has been utilized or has been written and published. To say that everyone is using it correctly or abiding by that terminology, I can't say that for sure, but I can definitely say that it has, the ends have sort of, the end result has been what we had hoped it would be, and that is to cause the uniformity of that terminology across the discipline.
Now, did you have an occasion to also analyze or look at other aspects of evidence, like the forensic science reports and things like that?
Yes, when I do a bloodstain pattern analysis, the discipline itself is the study of the size, the shape, the distribution, location, appearance of bloodstains. But in the course of the bloodstain pattern analysis, we also have to include or consider what we call task relevant information. So information that is relevant to the bloodstain pattern analysis, not necessarily extraneous information, but those things would be like the autopsy report or medical reports if the individual wasn't deceased, or the DNA reports or other forensic laboratory reports that will help to actually include or exclude classifications and ultimate interpretations at the end.
Now, ma'am, if you look at the picture, there's a specific circle relating to an area of that knife that you've just identified.
Just for the record, you had marked that as 80A yesterday.
80,
the one with the circle.
80A, yes, thank you.
That's what you
identified as Defense Exhibit 80A. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall any analysis that you reviewed relating to that particular area of this knife?
Yeah, this is the area of the knife that is at the base of the blade where the handle meets up, and it is one of the areas that was sampled for DNA analysis.
Okay, and did you observe any findings relating to that?
Yes, this area of the knife had DNA. The DNA of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan could not be eliminated from that sample.
And were there any others that were excluded from that sample?
I believe Brendan Banfield and Juliana were eliminated.
Okay. And is that what you're referring to? The next page?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's...
Your Honor, I would object. This is not...
Well, I mean, he hasn't entered anything into evidence yet, but...
Understood.
And I don't know what this would be marked as.
Okay. ADB?
You already have.
Or 80...
you have ADB, ADC, ADD, 82, 83.
I'll go 80E.
80E. All right, he hasn't entered into evidence yet. He's just showing the witness.
And what do you see this is, ma'am?
It's the results of the bloodstain, the DNA report that addressed this area of the knife.
Okay, and that's a report that you reviewed in your analysis?
I did.
And this is a portion to highlight that particular statement?
Yes.
Okay. And ma'am, is this also from the report?
Are you going to mark this something?
80F. Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Okay, and is this also a report that you reviewed, a portion of it?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that tell you?
Again, it's indicating that Christine Banfield...
Your Honor, I would object to the witness reading from a report that has not been admitted into evidence and is not the complete report.
I'll sustain that
That's
objection.
fine. That's fine. And ma'am, did you have occasion to review the Office of the Medical Examiner's report relating to Joe Ryan?
I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe in your analysis relating to the pictures from the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Well, I looked at the photographs of Joe Ryan at the autopsy examination, and in part of that, I was able to review the injuries that he sustained.
Okay. Now, the topic of self-wounding came up with this graph yesterday. Is self-wounding something that is often found in knife injuries?
Your Honor, objection is to leading.
Well, I'll sustain as leading if you want to rephrase.
Okay. What, if anything, do you find as an expert in knife-related wounds?
So in knife-related activities, investigations that involve sharp instruments, so knifings, things like of those nature, we often see the assailant, it's not uncommon for the assailant to self-wound during those. In fact, when I'm training individuals, it's one of the things I train law enforcement investigators to ensure that they look to areas of the crime scene that may be far further away from the victim's bodies to find an isolated blood drop or things like that. So we know this to happen, and it can happen in various mechanisms during the activity that's going on in terms of the criminal investigation. But it's not an uncommon occurrence.
Okay. Were you able to note where the injuries were in your examination for Joe Ryan?
It was on his left thumb, I believe.
Anything? Did you observe anything else?
I think it was a puncture. It was listed as a puncture wound.
Okay. Now, is that the puncture wound that you're talking about?
I'm sorry, I can put it back on.
Sorry.
What, this,
this would be 80F.
it was 80B yesterday.
80B.
Okay.
So this photo here that you have
Yes,
now.
this is 80B.
The wound was listed as a central cut puncture of the palmar aspect of the left thumb, and that is what's being depicted here.
Okay. And if ADF, Judge, would that be the next in line?
You have one marked AEC, which I had put down as finger of Joseph Ryan, and I'm not sure if that's the same picture that you used yesterday when you're showing the other expert.
I'm not certain either, Judge. What's the next one, ADD?
Well, we'll do ADC. I mean, we can make this ADC, that's
ADC,
fine. You haven't
yes.
entered it in evidence yet, so ADC.
And ma'am, is this a picture that you've observed in your analysis of the documentation relating to this case?
Yes, these are part of the autopsy photographs.
And is that the same injury that you previously discussed and identified?
It's on the left. Yes, it's in the same location.
And what is that picture of, ma'am?
It's another photo of a different orientation of the thumb.
Okay, so the same injury?
What do you
It
want
appears to be, yes.
What do you want to mark that as?
ADD?
You have a D, you have an E, and you have an F.
ADG?
Okay.
Now, ma'am, in your review of the body, so let's just go through. What did you review, or did your review include body-worn camera?
It did.
Okay. Were you able to review body-worn camera to determine if there were any injuries to Brendan Banfield's hands?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you find?
Well, I reviewed the video, the body cam video that took him into the ambulance, and they specifically looked at his hands for injuries, and I guess it was an EMT, whoever was in the ambulance with them, had indicated there were no injuries.
Okay. Now, Ma'am, if you could take a look at the screen. This is the full Office of the Chief Medical Examiner report. Have you had an opportunity to review
There's
that?
nothing on the screen. There's nothing on the screen.
Towards indulgence. Court's indulgence still.
Okay.
All right, they have. Yeah, so he sits in.
It's kind of also open as well, but then just
Is it? Judge, is that showing up on your screen?
It was when he was there.
Yeah, I know. I think I've touched the wrong thing. Okay. Ma'am, can you see, can you see the picture on the screen?
I can.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
This is the DNA report.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down. Is this the area down here where the cursor is that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And that informed your conclusions as to the blood stain near the handle and the handle juncture?
Yes.
And ma'am, can you see this on your screen?
I can.
Okay, and you've reviewed this. This is the report of June 9th, 2023 of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes.
And I'm just going to scroll down. Ma'am, looking at where the cursor is on the screen, is that what informed you as to the exhibit previously?
Yes, this is an area that describes additional injuries.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to review a report from DLI, a private laboratory?
I did.
Okay, and in that report, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what was the sample that they were providing?
So in the DLI report, there was a sample that that was collected by them on the area of Joe Ryan's jeans. That was the waistband, I think interior and exterior waistband zipper, and I believe the button area. But the significance of their sampling was that in their report, they stated that the sample was taken avoiding staining, meaning that they were not trying to collect staining. They were trying to avoid stained areas of that part of the jeans.
Okay, and what would you say about avoiding the staining and still having a laboratory analysis? What are they looking for?
Typically, they're looking for a DNA source that's not coming from staining. So touch DNA, or sometimes they'll do it just to determine who the wearer is of an item of clothing, or sometimes they'll do it just to see if somebody touched that area, that they're curious if they can find the DNA from that individual.
Okay, and do you recall the results of that report?
I believe the results of that area, that included DNA sources from Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan, but Brendan and I believe Juliana were both eliminated.
Okay, so let me kind of shift gears here about blood stain pattern analysis and what you do when you first start out doing it in a case.
You mean my general methodology of how I do an approach? So when I get a case now, and currently I get a case, I want to know as little information about the case as possible. So I try to limit whoever is requesting it from me to just the information that I need to know in terms of the blood stain. So typically that might be like how many individuals were injured, or if there was more than one deceased, more than one bleeder, what their injuries might have been, things of that nature. And then I will get whatever materials are provided to me. I start looking through the photographs, determining what I can say or maybe not say about certain pattern types. We call that the characterization. We characterize them, as I mentioned, through the size, the shape, the distribution, location of the stains. We look to see how they might correlate with each other. And then we begin or attempt to list a classification or classify them in what might have caused them. So earlier I talked about those characteristics, and I think it's important to understand that blood stain pattern analysis is answering a very different question than DNA analysis. DNA is answering the who, the BPA, the blood stain pattern analysis attempts to answer the how. So how the blood stains got to a location. So once I've done that initial preliminary classifications or some idea of what I believe this might be coming from, I'll then incorporate in things like the autopsy report, DNA analysis, that will help us to refine that classification, maybe eliminate some things that I might have kept in the running. in terms of a classification. Then at the end, we discuss what those classifications mean in terms of the DNA and what we might be able to interpret in terms of individual events or things that happened at a particular crime scene.
Now, can you see the picture that's on the screen there?
I can.
Okay. Your Honor, I would identify that as Defense Exhibit 84.
I believe it's already the Commonwealth's Exhibit 173, is that
So
correct?
Judge, the original picture was admitted as Commonwealth's 173.
Okay.
His manipulation of the picture to show the cropping side by side with the original is not.
Okay, so,
It's not even noticed.
all right, so what number did you want to
I
do?
think 84 was the next one.
Yes, okay.
Ma'am, can you describe what you're seeing there on the screen?
Yes, this is the left forearm of Joe Sevrian, and bloodstains that were on that left forearm.
Okay. And did you create this side-by-side comparison?
I did.
And what was the intention of that? What were you trying to show?
Just it gives an overall of the arm. You kind of see it in that perspective, and then just I put a square around the area that I cropped so that you could kind of see it how it related to the arm in total.
Okay. Your Honor, can I move that in as Defense Exhibit 84 and publish it to the jury?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 84 in evidence.
Can you describe what you're looking at for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and what it is that you do in analyzing something like this?
So first, let's start with what I do when I'm analyzing something like this. Again, I know I'm sounding repetitive, but I look at things like the size, the shape, the distribution, location, and certainly take into consideration the target surface. We know that that has a profound effect on what we see. So we have to think about that when we're looking at things like size and shape, because it can change depending on what the target surface is. This target surface was a bit unique in the sense that it was a forearm that had quite a bit of hair on it. So it provided a different surface than, say, a flat table or even carpet. It tended to have an influence on what we were seeing.
Now, what is it that you can say about this stain pattern?
So I just described what I saw here, which was a linear series, so a series of some irregularly shaped drops or stains that were located on this arm. I did not use the word drop. I used a series of irregularly shaped smaller stains, because if you look at it closely, the stains themselves are almost three-dimensional in shape, because they in areas were clinging to the hair on the arm. So it distorted what we can see in terms of its true shape and true, like even the size of it. It was, well, there's no measurement in here, so we really don't have a true size.
Okay, and so in determining what exactly this stain is, you would want measurement?
Well,
you would check out what the surface is?
Yeah, I mean, we don't always have measurements. Sometimes they're not there, and we can use things in the area that can sort of inform what our size might be. But I don't have a true size. I did call them smaller because they appeared smaller compared to things around it in the area. But yeah, I mean, certainly the more information you have, the more data we can use to then make a classification.
Based on the information that you had relating to these stains, is it possible to make a classification?
I did not make a classification, and this target surface did not lend to classifying these stains to a specific mechanism.
Now, let's switch gears a little bit. In terms of how blood falls on things, can you opine as to what kind of pattern would be created if someone put blood onto a surface?
Put blood on how? How are you? I mean, touching a surface? If it
holding blood and dropping it?
If an individual had, say, blood in their hands that had enough volume for it to release, like if it were to just drop to the ground. We would call that a splash pattern, so it would be a large volume of blood that is falling due to gravity. It's not, you'd have to be careful to not include their hands swinging, because if their hands swing in that process, now you have cast off, which is blood being released from an object in motion. If it's just merely falling onto the surface, then you would get a splash pattern. And that usually will then have sort of a apparent area of where the volume of the blood is. And then because that parent area was created with blood sort of collapsing into itself, it'll create satellite spatters around that area.
Okay, and have you worked with those kinds of patterns?
Yes, I mean, I make up mock crime scenes for my training, so I've created them myself by doing that.
Now, is it plausible for someone to scoop up blood and carry it to a deposit somewhere?
I'm sorry.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, well, first of all, let's just talk about how would one scoop blood?
I don't know how you would do that.
Okay.
You mean scoop it up from something like, I mean, it's a fluid. I think it'd be difficult. It's not like you can, like you have a dustpan that you could, you know what I mean? When I think of scooping in that nature, I just think in terms of if I had spilled something on my floor in the kitchen, I wouldn't be able to pick it up with my hands, if that's what you're asking me.
Okay. If does the surface that the blood is on, does that, I mean, you're saying you don't know how it can be scooped, but does the surface matter?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have the blood on something that's porous and absorbent, then there would be less blood that you'd be able to even scoop, if you will. If you know what I mean, there would be less blood. You wouldn't be able to access it because it would be soaking in to an absorbent surface.
Okay. Have you ever experienced in blood stain pattern analysis someone scooping blood and pouring it in another place?
No.
What would be the difficulties of that if that were to have happened?
Well, I think getting it into your hands to begin with would be a challenge, and then transferring it.
Your Honor, I would object at this time. Calls for speculation. She's just testified that she's not had any experience with any scooping of blood. So I'm not.
Speculation.
I think her expertise in blood spatter analysis gives her an opportunity to opine as to how it could be done if it was.
I'll sustain that, for that question, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Blood as a fluid, is it possible to pick it up?
Pick it up on, yeah, I mean, I think I think the difficulty here is, of course, you can touch blood and it picks up onto your fingers, right? Like if you, as a transfer stain. I think the fact that it's a fluid, the challenge is that if you're trying to collect and keep it in the confines of your hand, the first part is getting it into your hands, and the second part is not having it seep back through your fingers, out of your hands. Does that make sense? So like, the only thing I can use to describe it is when I'm making a mock crime scene, sometimes we'll put blood in our hands and make like an impact pattern from it. And just putting small amounts in the hand, it's difficult to contain it within in the hand, even in doing that, right? So that's about the closest I can get to having an experience of what it's like to actually, and that's when we pour it into our hand from, a cup. I know this sounds a little, we do this because we use real blood when we do training. So I know what it's like to have blood in the hand and trying to work with it in that way. it's a challenge.
Okay, and what, so just to follow through with your example, what is it that you're trying to show when you would do these trainings?
So all I'm doing is, or me or my co-trainer will put in there, because we're gonna ultimately smack it to create an impact pattern. And by putting it in your hand, you're able to place your hand in a mock crime scene to kind of mimic where somebody might have been beaten or something like that. So we're using it as a training tool for that purpose. It was just an example of the challenge of keeping it contained within the palm of your hand.
Okay, now going back to your review of the evidence in this case for purposes of blood stain pattern analysis, did you see anything that indicated that Joe Ryan not being involved in the stabbing?
Objection.
Leading.
Yes, I'm sorry, objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
Okay. What indications, what if anything do you look at to determine if someone's involved or not involved in an incident dealing with stabbing?
I think maybe I would like to answer it in the methodology of how I look at a bloodstain case. Once I've evaluated the pattern types and come to some classifications and come to some interpretations of how they might relate to each other, I might be asked, or sometimes I'll even have information, like I might have had in this case, to look at it and think of it in terms of statements that were made, or in that we had information from the body cams that I had when I was looking at that. So when I do that, I can kind of evaluate the evidence to see if there's anything that sort of doesn't seem to align with one way or another, or some things that, not necessarily that do, but more looking for the things that might raise, quote, the red flag, like kind of go, oh, this doesn't seem to align with that. Maybe I need to do some more exploration or find out more information about that. So that's what I did in this case.
Okay, and did you, and it sounds to me like you're looking for things that rule someone out and things that stay with the possibility of being one of the people there.
Yes.
Okay, in your pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern analysis, did you find anything that would exclude Joseph Ryan as being involved in the stabbing?
Objection calls for a final conclusion, goes to the.
If you want to approach.
Yes, please.
Ma'am, you had an opportunity to listen to Ms. Graff yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your discipline of bloodstain pattern analysis, is it your experience that everything can be labeled based upon an analysis?
Judge, objection is leading.
What, if anything?
I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
Yeah. What, if anything, is your experience as to labeling every aspect of spots, even if they're not tested?
I'm not sure what you mean by labeling. You mean classifying them?
Classifying, sorry. That's,
I'm sorry, say it again. So what is my experience regarding whether you can classify everything
yes.
in a crime scene? Oh, no, many times we can't classify certain stain patterns because of some of the things I already mentioned. It could be the target surface, the amount of stains that we have, the other data that isn't just available for us to form that classification. So that's not uncommon. And we can't really classify every single bloodstain. We don't attempt to. In many cases, we could be doing it a long time if we tried to identify or even address every bloodstain that's at a crime scene.
Okay, and in listening to her testimony yesterday, did you have any agreement or disagreement with what she said about certain bloodstains?
There were certain bloodstains that I did not provide a classification for that she did.
Okay, and are there any in particular that you're speaking of?
Well, the forearm stains was one area. The 4 irregularly shaped stains that are on the forearm, she provided a classification for as being drip stains, and I did not.
Okay, and why did you not provide a classification?
Again, as I stated, the target surface here really distorted or what we were able to see to get that sort of well-formed circular stain that you would be looking for to be able to say that it's a drip stain from the exclusion of all other mechanisms. Because once you've classified it as a certain mechanism, you've excluded everything else. I didn't feel there was enough information here for me to do that. And this target surface, it would be inappropriate, I believe, to do that because the target surface was not ideal for being able to do that.
Now, if you didn't have enough information, would it be possible after the fact, which is what was...
Objection is to leading.
All right, I'll sustain the leading. Is this a good time to take our lunch break?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss the testimony with discuss the case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Yes, these are yes. Great. Please.
All right.
His attorney might mess up the case. Oh, awesome, Dr. Rachel. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can hype other videos, so I
At
don't know.
2:05, you're going to make sure all your technology is ready for the afternoon.
I'm
To
gonna-
lose your exhibit numbers, please.
I was actually going to just talk to your clerk and make sure that I had all of the...
All right, to make sure
this
you
meal.
get it straight. And
Yes.
you don't have to be a hero. I do take paper documents if necessary, you know that. right?
Judge, I just can't do that. I'm a technology guy now.
So you say, okay, 2:05, okay?
Thank you.
All right, first recess.
Well, she definitely not playing. She's giving them an hour lunch, so they'll be back at 2:05. So that gives us a complete hour. I'm just looking to see something real quick. I know that they were doing the closing arguments for the Uvalde trial. Let me see if they're done. I don't know if they're done or not. So let me see. Let's see what's going on out here in these YouTube streets. Let me see. Okay. Give me a second. I am looking to see. Okay, yeah. It must be still going on, the closing arguments. Yeah, I don't know what this attorney doing for this case. Like, I don't know what nobody over here doing. Okay, so they did jury instructions. It looked like, oh, I wonder who did the closing arguments for the defense. Oh, he did them. Oh, they split them. Oh gosh, everybody doing the closing. Shoot. Okay, SD. Let's see. So from what I can tell, yeah, everybody doing the closing. Like everybody getting a piece of that action over there for the closing arguments. In the Uvalde case, it looks like we have how long have they been doing them? Let's see. Jury instructions. They're like they've been going at it a little bit over 2 hours. But they're not done. They still in closing arguments. So I guess they'll be going to the jury. So I will definitely be here. I definitely will bring the verdict whenever the verdict comes in for the Uvalde case. I don't know. Y'all have to let me know if y'all want to watch the closing arguments for that one or not. I'm not sure if that's what y'all want to do. I wouldn't mind looking at my guy Nico. No, Nico. You say you're not finding any videos to hype? They don't like me. I know. They probably don't like me. Ain't no telling. I know just Shamrock had told me the other day that she had the opportunity to hype a video. Now what video she hyped, I don't know. Oh, I think she had I know she had posted it in Discord. I think. Let me see. Oh man, wait a minute. I gotta log back in. I shut down my computer last night, and of course it logged me out of everything, and I have no clue what my password is for Discord. I was wondering why I haven't got any alerts. Okay, it's logging me in. Wait a minute. Oh, I just see your thing from you last night, drunkie. Oh, with Tina. Oh, twerking Tina. Twerking Tina is making her debut. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm almost sure that Shamrock had put it in here that she just typed the video. Oh, and that's the other thing. It can't be over 7 days. So it has to be like a recent video or something like that. I looked at like they'll show us like who in the top 100 for those videos that are hyped. And I kid y'all not, like it's like because they'll send out the thing once a week. It's things that I've never even I don't even know about. Like, yeah, I don't even know what the stuff is. It's like it might be Barney video or something like that. Like stuff that I wouldn't even. I'm like, okay, who somebody watching it clearly because they hyping it, right? But yeah, I don't know what that is. But that's what I see on a lot of them, which is kind of weird. But I guess it's not weird. It's weird to me. Maybe they should. I think they should have it like in categories, like for the height for the leaderboard, because it's like 100, right? But you talking about like the best 100 out of 100 and a ton of different categories. Yeah, I think they should narrow it down like entertainment, news and politics, um, home, cooking, like stuff like that. Crime, like just put it in different categories versus the way it is. Right now, you like competing with every YouTuber in the entire YouTube nation. So yeah, I do find that to be a little different. Okay, so we know what's going on in the Uvalde trial. Do you guys want to watch? I don't know if there's any testimony in here that I would really want to rewatch. I am looking at working on this other case. I got another Kevin that's did some bad things. I'm trying to see how much I can get together for his case. It remind you of another Adelson case. I am trying to see how much before I even get involved with it, how much testimony can I get before I do it? Let me see. Yeah, so that's what I'm really trying to do back to determine part of it. Let's see what we have. Hopefully we get that. Holy moly. Did you check the email, Lynn? I'm refreshing on my end to see. I don't have anything to. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna get her testimony up from yesterday. Her testimony is about the only testimony that I even care to listen to. That's interesting. Mm. Or what about this one? I sent you text. Text? On which platform? I'm assuming it's on this other platform. Okay, let's see what the crime scene technician had to say while we on lunch. Well, the crime scene, the detective in regards to the crime scene.
the court record.
It's Terry Leach, Terry-Leach.
How are you currently employed?
With the Fairfax County Police.
Are you assigned to a particular unit?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do for that unit?
I'm a detective with the major crime scene unit.
All right. How long have you held that position?
I've been with the crime scene unit for 22 years, with the last 8.5 in major crimes.
All right. Were you employed in that role on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On that date, did you respond to an incident at Stablebrook Way?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
It was approximately 9:44 a.m.
All right. And who was on scene when you arrived, if you recall?
When I got on scene, there was several patrol units, homicide detectives. From my unit, there was Detective Falk, Detective Fortner, Sergeant Fortner now, and Detective Szyminski and myself.
All right. What was your role in this investigation?
I was assigned as the lead crime scene detective.
And what are the general responsibilities of a lead crime scene detective?
The lead crime scene detectives is the primary liaisons between the crime scene section and the lead homicide detective. We're also responsible for managing the scene, delegating out tasks. We also work if there's any needs for any more personnel or equipment. We work with our supervisors. And after we clear scenes, we're responsible for all the evidence handling, documentation. If there's any lab submissions or anything like that, we take care of it.
And that role carries through to today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if we want evidence, it's coming from you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. When you entered the Banfield's primary bedroom on that day, February 24th, 2023, what were your initial observations?
When you first go into the bedroom, on your left-hand side would be I call it a sitting area. It's like a little side room. We're separated from the main bedroom area by a see-through fireplace. In the main room, you had a bed, and it had a nightstand on each side. To your immediate right would be a long dresser with a TV on top of it. On the far wall was a tall dresser. On that same wall as the dresser with the TV was the double doors that led into the primary bathroom, which then had a closet off of it.
Okay. How did you and your team go about documenting this scene?
Once we did our initial walkthrough, we first did photography. We did all our photos, and then I had Detective Szyminski go through with the Faro laser scanner.
All right. Tell me about that Faro laser scanner. What does it do?
The Faro is a laser device, and it sits on top of a tripod. And what it does, it uses LiDAR technology. It will spin in a 360 degrees. As it's spinning, it'll do laser measurements. It'll do millions of points of measurement. And then once that's completed, it'll go around one more time, and it'll take photos. Then when we process it back at the office with software developed just for that scanner, it will create 3D models and 2D models. The 2Ds are called orthos, and all that is, it's a bird's eye view of what the scanner built.
You shared one of those orthos with me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'm going to ask at this point in time to admit into evidence Commonwealth 98 under seal and publish it to the witness and the jury.
All right, no objection, correct? Okay, 98 under seal.
Can you see the Faro on your?
Yes, ma'am. It's the ortho scan of this second floor.
Okay, so help us orient, and it's a really busy picture, you would agree?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot going on because this is an interpretation of what was actually present at the scene from this angle and aerial view. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you can see where I've kind of zoomed us in here to this black rectangle at the top that my cursor is on, what is that?
That's going to be the foyer to the main floor, bottom floor. What happened is why it's black is the Faro is a line of sight.
So it drops down. It's 2 stories, right?
It's a
The foyer
2-story,
is
it's a
wide
very
open.
tall foyer, yes, ma'am. And that's the stairs to the left right there. That would be the stairs coming up from the landing.
Okay, tell me about, on the left of our screen, this bedroom here.
That was the upstairs bedroom.
Okay, and if I zoom out a little bit and reorient us, what's going on in this bedroom in the far left lower corner?
That's the Banfield's daughter's room.
Okay, and this middle bedroom?
Guest room.
Okay, so taking us back out to the hallway and then shifting over, which, we're gonna do it like that. What room is this?
And that's going to be the primary suite, primary bedroom.
Okay, and that's the far right of Commonwealth's 98, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In looking at this bedroom, we have a bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You spoke of a dresser. Is that this object that my cursor is on here?
That's the dresser with the TV on it, ma'am.
Okay. And this area that I'm cursoring over, is that the passageway into the bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which would then make this room a bathroom, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now that we've oriented ourselves, was Joe Ryan's body still on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and approximately how long did his body remain on scene while you did your work?
It was there for several hours.
Okay, and is that how long it took you to document the scene?
We had to get a search warrant, doing the scene documentation, waiting for the medical investigator to arrive on scene.
Okay. When was his body removed?
Later in the
recall?
day. It was
Later.
late, it was that day, but as soon as the medical investigator arrived.
Okay, but
Later in
your
the day.
work continued after his body was removed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to offer exhibits 99 through 101 under seal.
All right, and no objection, correct? Okay. 99,
And-
100, and 101 under seal.
Thank you. If they can be shared with the witness and the jury. All right, starting here with Commonwealth's 99. This photo depicts what? What do we see here?
That's gonna be a photo from the bathroom back out into the main area of the bedroom, and that is Joe Ryan's body.
Okay, is this how the scene looked when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you had begun processing any of the items that you eventually collected?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commonwealth's 100, is this a photograph of Joseph Ryan's body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what observations did you make about his body upon your arrival?
Upon arrival, I was documenting was first that his shirt was pulled up. There was a chest seal on the left side. The right hand was in that position as you see it here, along with his right hand. The pants were unbuttoned and disheveled in the front. Right leg was straight, and the left leg is underneath the bed with a purple pillow over it.
Did you do any investigation to determine whether or not that was the position of his body when first responders arrived on scene?
Once I had access to the body-worn camera, I watched that to see what the officers originally came into. And when they first came in, the shirt was down and the hands were across his chest.
All right. Looking at this photo, around Joseph Ryan's head, what is his head on? Let's start with that.
His head was resting on the dog bed.
Okay, and there's a checkered cloth there as well. Were you able to determine what that was?
Underneath it was a pair of pajama bottoms, that's what I refer to as pajama bottoms, and a pair of black underwear.
All right, and tell me about this blood stain that we see immediately below on this photo, Joseph Ryan's head.
Talking about the one ma'am on the carpet.
Yes.
There's a flow pattern. It flowed from Mr. Ryan's head, flowed across and down onto the floor where it started to pool and collect.
All right. Was there blood anywhere else on Mr. Ryan's body that you observed?
There was blood on his face, hands. There was some on his clothes. There was some on his chest, arms.
All right. Did you notice anything about the bed frame? I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit if I can. Here. What is that mark?
Bed frame had chipping. It's a laminate material over the bed frame, and you can see where pieces were broke off. There's this one large piece. And later, when we continued on investigating, you could take your fingers in that area and you could pull the laminate in that area.
I'm gonna move you to Commonwealth's 101. Is this another angle of the same area of the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, we see the chip in the bed frame here, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You indicated Joseph Ryan's legs were under the bed.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Judge, I would move to admit photographs 102 through 123.
All right, and there's no objection, correct? All right, 102 to 123 in evidence. Thank you.
All right, looking at Commonwealth's 102. It appears that the scene has changed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what has happened since the last photograph?
Since the last photograph, Joe Ryan's body was removed. The blankets and things that you saw on the floor, they were picked up and moved.
And what did you observe now that the items had been removed on the bed frame itself?
On the bed frame itself, if you come over here to if you're viewing the photo, be on the left-hand side, we found one blood stain on the side of the frame.
All right, I'm going to move then to Commonwealth's 103. Is that the area where you observed the blood stain?
Yes, ma'am, it'd be to the right of the ruler.
We're going to zoom in one more time. 104.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the blood stain.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you later send a swab of that suspected blood out for testing as item 71?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Looking at Commonwealth's 105. We're back in time before the items were picked up, but let's talk about those items that you collected. What was in this pile of fabric that we see here?
I had 2 blankets, a sheet, and a towel. The blankets, one was a real dark blue with a white Sherpa on one side. The other blanket was blue on both sides. Sheet was white with stripes, and then he had a towel.
Okay, let's talk about the blue blanket with the white Sherpa. Directing you to Commonwealth's 106. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you've done with it here.
This is back at our facility to document it. I hung it before we could do photos of it and document the blood stains on it. What you see is the top part would be what was near the dresser, and the stuff you see, the stains you see down towards the bottom was what would be towards the foot of the bed.
And those stains appear gray in this photo. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let's look at Commonwealth's 107. Is that the reverse of the blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the Sherpa side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, the dark marks we see, what are those?
Blood stains.
Commonwealth's 108. What is this object?
That would be the sheet.
Okay, and again, where is this photo taken?
This photo was taken at our facility.
Okay. The marks we see on the sheet, what are those?
More blood stains, ma'am.
All right, and there was a lighter blue blanket you mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commonwealth's 109. Is this that blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, what did you observe on the blanket?
More blood stains.
Okay, so let's talk about Commonwealth's 110. What is this object?
That's the towel, ma'am.
Okay, so again, where was this towel located?
On the floor with all those bed linens near the foot of the bed.
Did you happen to, in your review of the body-worn camera, see where the towel was when first responders arrived?
It was a little bit further away from the bed. When the first responders came, you could see the bed linens and things from firemen, patrol officers who were trying to do life-saving. Those linens and stuff started to roll and move towards the bed more.
Was this towel on Christine Banfield?
No, ma'am.
Does this towel have any evidence of heavy staining or blood absorption?
In my opinion, no, ma'am.
So these blankets were moved as the officers addressed Christine Banfield's injuries and attempted to rescue Joe Ryan. Could the blankets that we saw a moment ago have transferred blood to the carpet as they were moved?
Yes,
Were they saturated?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there was a lot of blood on those items,
Yes, ma'am.
could have ended up on the carpet as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking at the carpet, can you approximate here where Christine Banfield's body was found, this Commonwealth's 111?
I use body worn camera. I watched the body worn camera to determine that. And it would be the stain that you see on the right-hand side. That is the vicinity of her head.
What did you find when you removed the carpet relative to these stains?
What I ended up doing was we pulled the carpet back. Our question was we wanted to see how far down the stains would go. And when we did that, we found that the stain on the left-hand side, underneath the carpet is a foam pad, and then you got the subfloor. The blood soaked through the carpet, through the foam pad, and then onto the subfloor and created another stain there. The stain on the right, same scenario, again, it's soaking down through. But when we got to the subfloor, there's just a little stain, a much smaller stain than what we found from the stain on the left-hand side.
So to summarize, there was more blood deposited in the stain on the left-hand side than the right.
Yes, ma'am.
You need your microphone, Mr. Carroll, I cannot hear it.
I would object to Ms. Sand's conclusion as to what the detectives just commented on in terms of her question.
What's the objection?
Well, I believe it's without foundation, and I believe that she's leading.
Overruled. All right, good, continue.
Let's talk about the areas of the carpet that you had tested. Looking at this photograph, and we'll zoom in just a moment, but did you have either of these two large stains tested?
No, ma'am.
Okay, why not?
When I presented to the state lab with the evidence that I had, they didn't see the probative value in it.
All right. Did they give you any explanation for why?
Because her body was there.
Okay.
So
looking at Commonwealth's 112, did you take swabs from the stains on the carpet that we see here?
yes, ma'am, if you take where the scale is at and come below it.
All right, that large
Yes, ma'am.
stamp, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that item 42?
That was item 42. I did another swab, which would have been item 43. If you come above the scale, you'll see another stain in there. What I did is I took another sample from the center of it.
And when we're talking about these two stains, to distinguish, we've got 43, and the shape of 43 is different from 42, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how would you describe 43 as a stain?
As a stain to me, it was passive blood droplets falling down onto the carpet.
And what was different about 42? What kind of stain was that?
42 was one large concentrated stain.
Thank you. I'm going to direct your attention to Commonwealth's 113. Did you find a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was the knife found?
The knife was found underneath the blankets, between the edge of the blankets and the bed. And the only thing we could see when we arrived was the handle. And the knife was sitting on its backside, so it's blade up. And then the handle was towards the bed.
Did your review of the body-worn camera tell you anything about the final position of the knife?
This is not the original position of the knife.
Okay, so what did you observe on body-worn? I think we've all seen it too and talked about it, but what did you observe on body-worn?
On body-worn camera, the blankets were, if you're viewing this photo, the blankets have been more to the left. The knife was completely exposed. And you could see during the life-saving that officers and firemen stepped on the knife a few times and they got kicked and moved around as they were trying to work.
Okay. Did you collect this item?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you send it to the lab for testing as item 10?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to have you look at Commonwealth's 114. Is that the knife and the photograph that accompanied it to the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So let's talk about guns. Commonwealth's 115. Did you observe any weapons at the scene other than the knife?
Yes, ma'am. There was 2 handguns.
Okay, can you describe those 2 items for me?
One gun was a Glock 19M with a light kit on it, and the second one was a Glock 43X.
All right, is this photograph of the 19M?
Yes, ma'am.
And the flashlight, you mentioned the light on it that you said, is that the red ring that
Yes.
we see at the end?
Yes, ma'am. It's the light kit. It's a flashlight underneath the barrel of the gun.
Okay. Were you able to identify who owned that weapon?
It was Mr. Brendan Banfield's duty weapon.
Where was it located upon your arrival?
When I arrived, it was on the left side of the bed, about halfway, resting on its right side.
Again, after reviewing body-worn camera, were you able to determine if that gun had been moved?
It was moved, ma'am.
All right, do you know where it was moved from?
It was moved from the front left corner of the bed. It was resting on its left side with the grip portion near the closest to the edge.
Okay, if we're looking at the bed, if I'm standing at the foot of the bed, is it on my right or is it on the left?
Be on your right.
On my right, okay, perfect, thank you. Looking at Commonwealth's 116, orienting myself, this is the primary bed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and on the right hand of this photo, is that where you observed the gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on the body-worn camera.
Yes.
Okay, and was there any residue on this sheet?
There was 2 blood stains on that bed. The one on the right near the edge, and then there's another one on the front edge. And that was from medical waste. Because when I picked up that evidence, that when we were clearing off the bed, when I picked up those items, there was blood on them.
Okay, did you send this sheet to the lab for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll show you Commonwealth's 117. Did you make the markings on the photo here?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
red that we see? What were you intending to communicate with the markings that you have on the sheet?
I spoke with the state lab about what we were requesting for stains. And because I knew the one was from medical waste, there was no need to process that because we know where it came from, the point of origin. But the one on the right-hand side is the one I wanted. And so I sent this so they could have a reference to what I was talking to them about and showing it to them.
Okay, if you had just sent the big old sheet to the lab without any specifics, what would have been the response?
They would have started processing the whole sheet.
All right, thank you. So Commonwealth's 119, what do we see photographed here?
That was more blood spatter on the wall.
Did you swab those items and send them, sorry, that item and send it to the lab?
Yes, ma'am. I took that largest stain you see to the left of the ruler. That's the one I submitted to the lab.
Okay, and that was,
I'm sorry, you said 119, but it says 118.
oh, I'm sorry, 118, Your Honor.
Okay, thank
Almost
you.
118, I
Okay,
apologize.
that's all right, I just want to make sure. Go ahead, I apologize.
Thank you. And this is now Commonwealth's 119. Is that a closer photograph of the same stain?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and again, that was sent to the lab as item 39.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One more here. Commonwealth's 120. What did you process in this photograph?
This would be the laundry basket. And what we're looking at is in this photo is the front of that laundry basket. Again, I took a swab of its blood stains on here. And if you go down bottom center, you can see a convergence of 2 stains of blood spatter. And that's where I took the sample for the lab.
All right, and was that sent to the lab as item 41?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you took another swab of the laundry basket, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And while this photo doesn't necessarily zoom in on it, describe for us from where you took the second swab on the laundry basket.
The second swab would have been on the left-hand side and be the side furthest from the dresser on the curtain side.
All right, and that's Commonwealth's 121 that we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that went to the lab as item 56, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 122. What do we see depicted here?
This would be the dog bed once Joe Ryan's body was removed.
And again, that black checkered item was determined to be Christine's pajama bottoms, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I see there's some black fabric to the left as well. What is that?
That's the underwear, ma'am.
Okay. Did you inspect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about them apart from the blood?
Apart from the blood, one pant leg was inside out and the other pant leg had the underwear around it. If you took the crotch region of the underwear, it was torn, ripped, separated from the other side.
All right. And Judge, if I can terminate display for just a moment. I'm going to take you back to Commonwealth's 105, which was previously admitted, not under seal. Judge, if this can be displayed to the witness and the jury in the gallery.
Okay.
Detective Leach, there's a piece of black fabric to the left in the photograph near the edge of the bed. What was that?
It was a black shirt.
Okay. Did you make any observations about that shirt other than the fact that it had blood on it?
When we took the shirt and lifted up and was able to document it better, we found that the back of the shirt was completely cut. It wasn't one smooth cut. You could tell it was jagged because you'd have a cut, little pull, cut, pull, and up.
All right. Was it in the center of the shirt that it was cut? Was it to the side?
I'd say center. It was more towards the center.
Okay. And Judge, I'm going to ask to terminate the display. Offer into evidence Commonwealth's 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, and no objection again, correct? 123 and 124 under seal.
All right, Detective Leach, if the court can publish the photos to the jury and the witness. Tell me about this photograph. We see again, we're back to Joseph Ryan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is it that is next to Mr. Ryan's left hip, partially under him?
It would have been a black slide and a shoe, slide on shoe, and a backpack.
All right. Did you search that backpack?
After we finished with Mr. Ryan's body and we were able to move him out of the way, yes.
I'm going to take you to Commonwealth's 124. Is this a zoomed in photo of that bag?
Just trying to show the property that was in it at the time, how it was when we found it.
Okay. So if that's how it was when you found it, did you put anything back into that bag before taking this photo?
No, ma'am, that's exactly how it was.
All right. In your review of the body worn camera, did you see anyone on body worn put anything back into that bag?
Not that I could observe, ma'am.
And Judge, I would now move to admit Commonwealth's 125 and publish to the witness, the jury, and the gallery.
All right, 125 in evidence.
And Judge, I'm going to go ahead and ask to admit from 125 through 151.
Okay. 125 through 151, and there's no objection, correct? Okay.
Should be 151.
Okay. No objection. Okay, so then we have 125 through 151 in evidence. Okay.
All right. So looking at Commonwealth's 125, Is this the backpack after you removed the items from it?
Yes, ma'am.
What observations did you make about the backpack?
Once we opened up the backpack, this would be, the photo is showing the back of the pack on the it's the back inside compartment of the backpack, and there was blood spatter on there.
Okay, so if I open the bag with my two hands and spread it wide apart, this is looking inside the bag.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? Okay. And what are those marks?
That's the blood spatter, ma'am.
All right. You placed circles in this photo. Did you make those circles?
That's stitching.
I'm sorry, the red lines.
Oh, the red lines, the circles, yes, ma'am, I did that for the, again, this was something I sent out to the state lab. And so I wanted to know what I was referencing when I asked for the exam.
Okay. Did you send that to the lab as item 125? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk about the contents of the bag. Commonwealth's 126. What did you find inside?
We took the backpack and we laid out everything and did one overall photo as we inventoried through. And what you see is there's like rubber exercise bands, a metal rod with eyelets in it, lubricant, clothespins, a chain with padlocks with the keys in them, a roll of electrical tape, like a COVID mask, an apricot, and then one that I refer to like almost like a gag.
Okay. Commonwealth's 127, is this the receipt that was found in the bag?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Commonwealth's 127, a receipt that was found in the wallet?
That was found in Joe Ryan's wallet.
Yes, okay. And we can see the wallet underneath the receipt, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that wallet listing out personal lubricant, floss sticks, and apricot?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? One apricot? All right, and that receipt is dated the same day of your
It's the same date,
investigation?
yes, ma'am, the 24th.
February 24th, 2023. Okay. Did you find, obviously, this wallet, but anything else outside of the backpack that might have been personal belongings of Mr. Ryan's?
Well, I found his coat. His coat was actually underneath his legs near his buttocks area. We took his coat. We found his car keys in the front right pocket, and his wallet was in the front left pocket.
Okay. You also found zip ties, is that correct?
There was zip ties found on the floor, yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to Commonwealth's 128. Okay, this is an interesting photo. Tell us about it. What do we have here?
This is a sheet that's been suspended and it's being fluoresced with a laser.
Why do you fluoresce a sheet with a laser?
We're looking for body fluids.
And did you find them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the sheet come from?
This is the fitted sheet from the au pair's bedroom.
From the au pair's bedroom. This is Juliana's bed sheet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you mark this item with the body fluids, with the location of the body fluids that you found?
Yes, ma'am. I was going for a lab submission, so I marked those stains that I found for the lab personnel.
All right, and looking at Commonwealth's 129, is this a photograph of the markings that you made on the sheet to identify the
Yes,
body
ma'am.
fluid? Okay. Was that sent to the lab as item 65?
Yes, ma'am.
Turning your attention to Commonwealth's 130, what have you photographed here?
This was Brendan Banfield's clothing.
Okay, and what were the articles of clothing that were collected?
It was a set of his blue jeans, button-down shirt, and a black coat.
And you put them on a dummy here in approximation to how Mr. Banfield was dressed on the day of the murder, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I used the body-worn camera.
Perfect, okay. What did you do with these items once you had taken this photo?
Some of the coat and the jeans all both went to the state lab.
Did you mark the jacket for the areas that you wish to have tested?
No, ma'am. This is once it came back from the lab.
Aha, all right. So how did you present this item to the lab?
I presented this one. This one was because of the color. It's hard to see the blood and everything on it. I submitted it to the lab. I said, gave them a synopsis of what happened. And I just gave them the whole, as a whole, and this is what they marked out.
All right, so those markings that we see were the selections that the lab made for their testing, is that correct?
That would be my understanding, ma'am.
Okay, and this was sent to the lab as item 121, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commonwealth's 132, we see specifically 2 circles, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know what the lab tested for there?
They were testing for blood.
Item 133, what is this a photograph of?
It's going to be on Mr. Banfield's blue jeans.
Okay, tell me about the white L's that we see taped to the jeans. What are those?
It was requested by me, requested for me to take and do what's called road mapping of the stains. And all you simply do is you take the item and you put down the scales in so many distances apart. There was no set distance, but you just want to make sure you got plenty of scales. Doesn't necessarily mean there's a stain there. We're just trying to document to scale the entire object.
Okay, so they're reference points, is that fair?
That'd be a way of referring to them, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you observe about these pants?
That they had blood stains on them.
All right, any particular staining patterns that you observed?
There was the blood stains on the knee area. And then there was a particular stain that someone pointed out and they requested for me to submit that to the lab.
All right, so we're gonna look at Commonwealth's 134. This now has a circle imposed on the photo. Tell me what that circle is indicating.
Again, this is something that's going to the lab. We discussed it. It's obvious with the pants, there's lots of staining. This was the particular stain that the graphs requested to be processed.
Okay, and zoomed in here, tell me about that stain. Was it different than the staining on the knees?
Most of the stains that you saw in the pants were like almost like smears, smudges, like they came in contact with blood. This was droplets.
All right, were there more droplets on the pants?
Yes.
But this was the area that was selected for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, that was Commonwealth's 135 that we're looking at for those markings. Taking a look at Commonwealth's 136. Tell me about this red circle.
This is on the back of the jeans. It'd be to the left of center, just below the belt line or close to being in the belt line.
And was that item sent along with the other request for testing by the lab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that one went to the lab as 136. I'm sorry, as all, these were all sent to the lab as 123. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, photo 136, also item 123. Sorry for any confusion. All right, and looking at Commonwealth's 137, what do we have here?
It's that same stain with the drop, just a different angle on it. You're showing it more from the inside the leg outward.
All right, did you have the opportunity to take a look at Mr. Banfield's shoes?
Yes, ma'am.
Commonwealth's 138, are these the shoes that were collected from Mr. Banfield?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any observations about what was on those shoes?
There was staining on the shoes, on the tops, but there's also staining on the bottom and into the treads.
Commonwealth's 139, what do we have here?
This would be Juliana's left shoe and sock.
Okay, and we're gonna look. Is this the right shoe and sock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you observe blood on the shoes and socks?
There was blood on the shoes. On the shoes was primarily around the soles, around the edges of the soles and underneath the shoe. On the socks, there was red staining.
Okay. You sent the socks to the lab as 117 and the shoes as 118. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the staining on the socks, where on the sock was it? Was it on the top of the sock? Was it on the bottom of the sock?
It was in the toe region, the toe area. And it's, I wouldn't say it's necessarily on the top or on the bottom because of, it's like, it looked like it leached a little bit or some.
All right, and here we have the bottom of the left shoe, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about your observations on the shoe with regards to the location of the blood.
Blood was towards the toe area. Mine was towards the toes. You can also see that the blood went up inside the tread.
That was 141.
I'm sorry, yes, Your Honor, that was Commonwealth 141. Thank you. Now looking at Commonwealth 142, what were your observations regarding the blood on this shoe?
The shoe, the blood was only really near the bottom edges. It's on the rubber sole part. Wasn't up onto the leathers.
All right. Did the socks create a bit of a puzzle for you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you do to try to answer questions you had about the blood on the socks?
She had blood on her socks and I couldn't figure out how they got there. So I took her shoes, because as you can see from the photo, there's holes, air holes for the sneakers. I didn't know if by chance blood might have went down into those holes. So what I ended up doing was I took the shoe, I cut around the sole in the leather part of the shoe so I could lift up and see inside the shoe.
What did you discover upon taking apart the shoes?
There was no staining.
All right. Did you send anything else off to the lab? I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 143. What is this?
That's the insert from the left shoe.
Okay. Why did you send that to the lab?
That dark area is circled, and this is the photo that I gave to the lab and knew what I was talking about. That tested positive for blood.
Okay. And so that was sent to the lab as item 118. It didn't have a separate designation from shoes 118. It went back to the lab as 118.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Juliana's sweatshirt, t-shirt, or pants have any blood on them?
Not that I could find, ma'am.
All right, let's look at Joseph Ryan's clothing. Commonwealth's 149. This t-shirt, what, if anything, did you observe about the shirt?
It had the blood staining. A lot of it was near the chest area. You can see it's not like any individual stain. Also, if you come down, as you look at the photo, it'll be on the right-hand side. It's right above the G and the H and Howie's name there. There's a defect.
I've zoomed in and I'm aiming my cursor where you're talking. Is that what you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine how that defect occurred?
It appeared it was coming from a projectile, from a bullet.
Commonwealth's 150. What do we have here?
This is Joe's pants.
Okay. What did you do with regard to Joe's pants after photographing?
After photographing, we met with the state lab and we discussed different options for processing. On this one, because of the way the pants were situated on his body, I had questions about the zipper button area. The lab recommended an MVAC, but they don't have one. So this item was sent to DNA Labs International to be processed.
All right. And so that was regarding the zipper, the button, and the waistband, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were the genes sent to any other labs for other testing?
Yes. The right leg was sent to the whole pants was sent to Bodie Laboratories, but we requested the stain on the right pant leg to have a technique done that the state lab doesn't do.
Okay.
And so we sent it to them to have them process it in an attempt to see if we can generate any more evidence out of it.
All right. So Bodie tested the stains on the pant leg and DLI tested the zipper, the button, and the waistband. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any other questions about these genes that could have been answered by the state lab? Or did you feel it was necessary to send them to the other two labs for the specific testing that you've discussed?
This is for the specific testing because those stains, we're just trying to figure out what caused them, what and what formed them.
Okay. All right. Judge, I'm not sure what time the court wanted to take the morning break.
It's a little early still.
It is. My next bit is a little bit lengthy and we can break after that, but it will be approximately 30 minutes. I have video to share with the detective.
The video is your next
Yes.
item. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess then, and we'll just have to make it through to lunch a little longer, okay? So don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay? We'll take 15 minutes. Detective, since you're on the stand,
If it has not yet been.
it is in evidence.
All right, wonderful. That can be published. Detective Leach, this is, to back you up just a little bit, we're back on Joe's jeans. We've zoomed in here. You were talking about what specifically was sent to DLI.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain again what we see here and what you asked DLI to test and why?
DLI would be the zipper region in the area of the waistband around the buttons, the button and the buttonhole and to the sides of them.
Okay, when you say the zipper, are you talking about the tines on the zipper or the pull?
The whole area, ma'am.
The whole area,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And why did you send that to DLI to be tested? Not
Yeah.
why DLI, but why did you send that to be tested?
Because of the way the pants were positioned on the body to me. When we got there, the pants, you saw in the one photo how the pants were undone and down a little bit in the front. When we rolled Mr. Ryan's body to place him into the body bag, we found that his pants in the back were caught up on his butt. So it was caught up underneath his butt cheeks. And so to me, I didn't know if someone might have tried to manipulate the pants. I don't know. So
Okay.
my job is to find the answers.
Perfect, thank you very much. All right, give me just one moment. This time Commonwealth would offer 152, 153, and 154 into evidence.
And no objection, correct? All right. 152, 153, and 154 in evidence.
All right, so to your knowledge, was surveillance video collected from the McDonald's restaurant located at 2475 Centerville Road in
Yeah.
Herndon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you see that pictured here on this fantastic Google map?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it's labeled on the map, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you aware of the distance of this McDonald's from the Banfield's home?
From the Banfield's home, there's a couple of different ways to get there, but they're all probably under 3 miles.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, I'm going to move to stipulated video clip 153, Commonwealth's 153. All right, this is the vantage point from the McDonald's drive-thru. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this car creeping in here, that's Mr. Banfield's car, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the timestamp on this video, to your understanding, is that the correct time, 7:18 a.m. on December 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we just saw his car leave the drive-thru, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and that's his car returning to the drive-thru, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we've changed camera angles and we now see Mr. Banfield's car here pulling up to the ordering area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and changing angles again. We're at the pay window. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we've changed angles now to the receiving window and exit area. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Honda Ridgeline. Now we have Mr. Banfield's car. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. No, that.
Okay. Okay. So from this vantage, if you look in the top left, we see his car pulling out straight from the McDonald's drive-thru.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to take you back for just 1 second to our map. And I'm putting my cursor here over the drive-through pickup area. Is that your understanding of its location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so we saw his vehicle exit in the direction of my cursor. Is that right? Just pulling straight out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now Commonwealth's 153, our timestamp has moved on to 7:29, so it's been approximately 8 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see him 154. I'm sorry, 154, and we see him pulling into a parking spot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's Mr. Banfield getting out of his car.
Yes, ma'am.
This is called double alibi. Catch me on the drive-through cameras. I need y'all to catch.
Okay, we've changed angles and we see him going into, do you understand that to be the bathroom of the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's at about 7:29 and 30 seconds-ish. And so I'm gonna try to move this on a little bit. We're gonna go to 7:30. Just kind of advancing it in 30-second increments. He's still in the bathroom, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody else has gone in the bathroom. Is that what that looked like? That wasn't him,
Yes.
right? Okay. Okay, and someone's come out of the bathroom area. Still not Mr. Banfield. Okay, we've hit 7:37. So he's been in there for approximately 7 minutes at this point. Do we now see him exiting and on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And our camera angle shifts and we follow him still on his phone. out to his car. And is it 7:37 and approximately 30 seconds that he's getting in his car, still on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He's backing out. And we see his vehicle leave the area. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, this angle from the window, you see him drive off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this angle, we see him head out onto the road, presumably towards home. And that's his black Hyundai turning left in the left side of this video.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. Judge, if we can terminate the display for the moment.
Okay, they back in court, guys, so I'm not gonna hold us here. I'm pretty sure y'all wanna see what our Mr. Attorney man is talking about. Or maybe y'all don't. Y'all might not wanna know what he's talking about. Let me see. I'm trying to follow the, okay. Yeah, they are back live. Okay. We still got our doctor, our specialist, not doctor. I think she's just a specialist that's on here. That's telling us about the blood and the blood and the blood. Okay, let's see what we got. You say that, Ty? Hey, Frank, how are you? You say that, Ty? It's why. Oh gosh, it is definitely a wide tie. How funny. Let's get back in this courtroom.
All right, your next question.
Thank you. Ms. Singley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You listened to Ms. Groff's testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear her discussion of the position of Joe Ryan and the blood, whatever she called it, on Joe Ryan? Do you remember that discussion?
Yeah, you mean specific to his arm? Or is that what you're referring
Specific
to?
to his position on the ground.
Yes, I did hear her talk
Okay.
about that.
Did you agree with that?
That the blood stains would indicate that he was lying on the ground?
Yes.
No.
And what can you point to in your expertise that would have you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, so I guess starting with, I believe that she mentioned that the stains that were the 4 linear stains that I did not classify, she classified them. So that's where the first divergence was. So then that classification is what led her to say that he would have been in a position lying on the ground when they were deposited, if I recall correctly. So the first part is that as I mentioned before lunch, the target surface didn't lend to classification to start with, and to go on to then determine what that classification would mean in terms of his positioning is the part where it starts by the fact that I didn't believe that a classification could be made. Then to go on further to say what that classification would mean would be why I would disagree.
Okay. And was there evidence that you observed that would have support different conclusions than that, other than not being able to classify?
So maybe the best way to describe this is to have you understand what a drip stain is in terms of blood stain pattern analysis. A drip stain is a stain that is formed by gravity alone. So it's not just a circular stain you see on the surface. It's a circular stain that arrived by a passive, formed by gravity. So it's not something that happened that's circular from another mechanism, but it just happened to hit the ground at perpendicular, making it circular. It is formed only through gravity alone. So the fact that I didn't classify it as anything was the first part. But then on top of that, if you have just the fact that something is circular does not make it a drip stain. It's one of the features you can look at, but it doesn't mean that it's a drip stain. So there are other mechanisms that when the blood is going through the air, say from an impact, say somebody was being beaten with a hammer. When the blood goes through the air, it goes in a parabolic arc. And if it doesn't hit anything in that trajectory, it will eventually fall to the ground. And when it hits the ground, it's going to look circular. But if it hits the wall on the vertical surface, it's going to look circular there too, because anywhere it hits a perpendicular, it will look circular. But we look at the size of them to kind of help to inform whether it could just be a drip stain, something that just was because somebody was standing over something and dripping blood, or if it was because of another mechanism. So because we didn't have a lot of these features, there was no classification done, because the size helps to inform that, and then the shape itself and the fact that we had this target surface to eliminate any of those other mechanisms, to only say that these are coming from drip stains and coming from above was part of the problem. Going further, if they were drip stains, it doesn't mean that because his arm was this way that he was down on the ground. It just means that the arm was in a position horizontal to where the passive drop was coming. Because people move around, your arm can be in, your body can be in different positions when you do that. So the orientation of your body and where that is in relation to where the blood is coming from is going to be how it will look like on that surface. But it's hard to then say, oh, the person was in this position just because there's something circular here that I think is a drip stain, and therefore because it's coming from above, he has to be on the ground laying down.
And if you were, as you've indicated in your previous testimony, that you would need more information, what more would you need other than what you just said in order to even make the determination?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
You mean what? I'm sorry.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm just asking her what other tools.
Overruled, that's right.
Yeah, I think, I mentioned earlier, same answers as I would be looking at the size, shape, distribution, location, appearance. Those are the features that I look for, and determine that this is a drip stain to the exclusion of all other mechanisms. I would want to look for something that would look perfectly circular, that I could see scalloping all around the edges or spining around the edges, or it's perfectly circular on, like, say, a smooth surface, and that it has some size to it that would indicate that it's coming from just gravity forming it. If it's tiny, then, and I see it in terms of other, maybe in terms of other spatter stains in that area, I'm going to presume it's coming from or classify it as something coming from a mechanism that's a spatter-producing mechanism as opposed to just a single passive drop. So sometimes we can't tell. I mean, we just have to look for those features and hope that if the target surface allows for it, we can classify it.
And in the absence of concrete information, is it appropriate to default toward
Objection leading.
Sustained as to leading.
In the absence of additional information you want, how does one resolve that?
You go back to the higher classification. So if we start at blood stain, and then we might go to a spatter-producing mechanism of some sort, and then we can classify that either to cast off or impact or expirated blood. If we don't have the features to meet those on each level of that, we revert back to the level that's higher. And so in this case, I just said, these are blood stains, and I described them. They were irregularly shaped, somewhat three-dimensional on the arm.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So to stay with where we just left off.
Okay.
You're keeping it at the classification level that's up here because you don't have enough information to go a next step. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't inherently mean that that next step isn't a possibility, right?
Well, I don't consider the possibilities because if I can't go beyond the classification, then I didn't go beyond the classification. There's a reason I stopped.
Sure.
So I wouldn't.
But because you stopped, that then leaves all of the options still available. None have been excluded, correct?
You mean every possible mechanism that could possibly produce a blood stain?
Yes.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Yes, including drops from above.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Going back for just a moment, you testified regarding the DLI lab, and you stated that the test sample was the pull from the genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I didn't
You
hear that.
testified about the DLI DNA lab, specifically that the sample was a swab or a portion of Joseph Ryan's genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
Avoiding staining, yes,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
but did you also read in the report that that sample was positive for blood?
Yeah, so it didn't say it was positive for blood. It said that blood was indicated in the sample. And so what that means is that they did a presumptive test. So that's a test that,
Right, we heard about that from our DNA experts. but-
yeah, so the blood wasn't identified in that sample. It was an indication that there was blood there. And I think to clarify that the testing that is used in that instance is a very sensitive test that can pick up blood that you
Judge, I'm
can't
going to
see.
object. I don't think she's presented any foundation for knowledge of how the testing was conducted. And that wasn't my question.
All right, we're going to ask your question again. Let's go
Okay.
that way.
The laboratory result said that blood was indicated, yes or no?
Yes, that's not what you asked me though. You said it was found. The test only said that blood was indicated.
Okay.
And yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, any redirect? Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon, if I can consult with counsel for just a moment.
I'm sorry.
The witness is not subject to recall.
Okay, you are not subject to recall, ma'am, so you're free to go if you wish. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Brendan Miller.
Brendan Miller?
My heart almost dropped. I thought he was about to say Brendan Banfield. He talking about another Brandon. Oh gosh, y'all should have seen me. My heart went all the way up to my shoes. I tell you, got me all excited for
Testify
nothing.
truthfully in this case under penalty of law. Thank you.
You don't have to go away. You can start my Miller notes. I'll scroll if I have to.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brendan Miller, Brendanmiller.
And where do you currently work?
Fairfax County Police Department.
And what capacity do you work in the Fairfax County Police Department?
I'm a detective in the child exploitation section.
Okay. During your, were you involved in this case as an investigator at any point?
Yes,
Okay, and what was your capacity as investigator?
I was the digital forensics examiner for this case.
And when did that change?
About a year ago.
Sorry, I'm almost there.
Yes, ma'am.
What's indulgent? Wednesday. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. In child exploitation, do you utilize the same skills that you had when you were at digital forensics?
I do.
Okay. And so when you left digital forensics, did you leave of your own volition?
I did not.
And was the transfer to child exploitation?
Yes, the transfer was to child exploitation.
Okay. How long had you been in digital forensics prior to being transferred?
Since roughly 2019, so about 5 years.
Okay. And how long, how many cases had you handled in digital forensics prior to that transfer?
I don't recall the exact number.
Okay. But were you the person who did the digital forensics in the Fairfax County Police?
One of them.
How many others are there?
There were 6 at the time, I believe.
And now when you were transferred out, this was in the middle of the investigation of this case, correct?
I don't know if I would classify it as the middle or where it was.
It was during the pendency of this case.
Yes, this case was still going on.
Okay. And in your capacity as digital forensics examiner, I'm going to ask you to look at a document. Judge, do you see anything on the screen?
Just your screensaver.
Okay. My apologies, Judge.
That's all right.
Sir, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is an executive summary.
And this is an executive summary that you wrote as digital forensic examiner for the Fairfax County Police?
Yes.
Did you want to mark that as a
Yes, Your Honor. 85, please. Offense
85 for the
85.
record? Just thank you.
And sir, this is your personal digital forensics executive summary, is that right?
I created this document, yes.
Okay. And now, in arriving at these conclusions, this was related to your work as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 85.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge. At this point in time, I think this would qualify as an expert report. This witness has not been qualified as an expert, nor has any foundation been laid for the report.
Okay, so foundation is the objection, so I'll sustain that objection if you want to lay it.
I can do that.
Sure.
So, sir, tell me about your experience in digital forensics.
In what regard?
From the moment you got into digital forensics, what kind of training did you have?
I've received training in a variety of forensic tools and training specific to computer systems, specifically the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, IASIS. I've also been trained with Cellbrite, and I'm current in both of those certifications, and training with Magnet and X-Ways and various other forensics platforms.
Okay. And did you receive additional training beyond that within the Fairfax County Police?
I'm also certified for BERLA, which is the vehicle forensics. Various other trainings at different times.
Have you ever been qualified as a witness in the courts of Fairfax County?
Judge, I'd object to the question.
Qualified as an expert, I'm sorry.
Yes, I have.
Okay, how many times?
2 that come to mind.
Okay, and was that in your capacity when you were a digital forensic investigator?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Detective Miller in as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Now, sir, is this report the report that you created?
Yes, I wrote this.
And when was this report created?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Was it prior to October 25th, 2024?
I don't recall exactly, but that sounds about the right time frame.
Okay. And that's a significant date because that was if I can remind you, the first recant for Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Does that give you a better idea of when this would have been done?
If memory serves, this was done prior to that.
Okay, that's all we can rely on is your memory. And Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right. You have cross-exam.
I mean, Judge, I would note that, no, I have no questions at this
Okay.
time.
All right.
Those are all the questions,
Is
Judge.
this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
Okay, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody. You do not need to stay here today, but just be on call for that, okay? And you're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Harry Lidsky.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Harry Lidsky, Harry, LID as in David, SKY.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently a private investigator and digital forensic examiner, self-employed at my company, 4DIS.
Okay. And what's your background in terms of digital investigations and investigations?
Prior to starting my own company, 4DIS, I retired after 20 years in federal law enforcement, 7 years with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the remaining 13 years with the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General. For the last 11 of those 13, I was in the Cyber Investigations Office, where I progressed as a senior special agent to the assistant special agent in charge and retired as the special agent in charge of that office. The Cyber Investigations Office handles, as the name would imply, digital forensic examinations. We're responsible for supporting the entire agency nationwide with mobile and computer forensics, basically anything with an on-off button, anything that was electronic in nature, is where we came, our services were brought to bear. On top of that, we ran our own investigations, those specifically which were digital forensics centric.
And in terms of issues, have you ever heard of catfishing?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked within investigations where it's alleged or it's found to be catfishing?
Yes, I have.
So do you understand the elements necessary for catfishing?
I do.
Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that exactly is.
It's a form of misattribution in terms of who's performing what activity. So at its core, it's somebody pretending to be somebody else, usually designed to lure somebody else to do something. It can be employed in a scheme to defraud. It can be employed to get somebody to show up, to get them in trouble, to get somebody to show up to an event they had not intended to show up at, to misdirect somebody to show up for something. A case that I worked, it was employed to misdirect somebody to show up who thought they were coming for a consensual sexual encounter, not unlike this particular case. And in fact, they were there to serve a different purpose, to be set up as a victim, as a utility or a tool in that particular investigation.
So in that particular investigation, was that from the prosecution side or the defense side?
That's when I was a criminal investigator, a federal agent for the Department of Justice.
Okay. Now, in terms of your investigative experience, even beyond digital forensics, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of experience and what kind of responsibility you had while being a federal investigator?
Well, in addition to the digital forensics, again, 7 years with the DEA, it was drug law enforcement. Pretty straightforward. What you'd think, what you'd expect, I guess, between the street level version of it, domestically, always working our way up towards the source, back to the cartel sources, and usually overseas. But through that, I gained experience with interviewing witnesses, interrogation of subjects, obviously arrest tactics and things along those lines. But there was also a strong money laundering component involved with that. There was surveillance skills were heavily employed during my time with DEA. I did a lot of undercover work with DEA. At the DOJ OIG, the Department of Justice's Office, the Inspector General, we were the watchdog for the Department of Justice. So we investigated both administrative and criminal waste, fraud, abuse type misconduct that occurred within the Department of Justice, that is, employees of the Department of Justice, or also from external actors affecting the business of the Department of Justice. And through that, we did a fair amount of investigations, to the extent that makes sense. There was a number of high-profile investigations. Fast and Furious might be one of those, where our investigation was aimed at the investigation or the operation conducted by the ATF in that particular instance. And we would often find, we would make assessments, recommendations, and even punishment recommendations for employees that acted either out of malice, ignored or abused policy, whether they engaged in misconduct inadvertently or maliciously. Those were the type of findings we would have. So if we found that an investigator failed to adhere to policy, we might have a finding. If we find an investigator lied to us, or in an investigation, somebody within the purview lied to us, we would find they lacked candor. So we, our reports, our investigations resulted in terminations of employees. Sometimes they were.
Judge, at this point in time, I think we've launched into a narrative that is not responsive to the question, nor is it relevant.
All right, if you want to ask the next question.
Well,
continue on that.
It was a question about your investigative background, so please continue.
Yeah, so that was the gist of what we did. So it's pretty broad spectrum of investigative experience. That added component from the OIG of having the investigative oversight and being the watchdog to include over investigations and other police officers, other federal agents, other prosecutors, was a nuanced twist, I suppose, in my experience there. In addition, there was the more traditional, straightforward investigations we conducted, to include everything from white collar, bribery, catfishing, international money laundering, conspiracies, and the normal type of white collar crime.
And in terms of your investigating the investigation, you were actually dealing with law enforcement people who came.
Objection leading.
All right.
Explain what you did in terms of the investigation of the investigations.
Sure. DOJ is huge, the biggest law firm in the world, as we like to say. DOJ includes the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Attorney's Offices, Interpol, and about 40 other smaller components, tax division, civil rights division. So we're a massive agency far and wide. So we were made up of federal agents, FBI, DEA, ATF, and the Marshals. But we were also made up of attorneys. We were made up of auditors. We were made up of all sorts of employees. We had IT employees engaged in inappropriate network activity where they were reading other employees' emails improperly and illegally. So whenever somebody was accused of misconduct, whenever an allegation of misconduct came our way, we would take that on. So it can take all forms.
Now, going back to the digital forensics investigations, you indicated you were there for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that period of time, were you ever qualified as an expert in the court of law?
Yes, I have been.
Okay. How many times?
I say 3 or 4 at the federal level, and once since retirement here in the Commonwealth.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Mr. Litsky in as an expert in the fields of digital forensics and general investigation.
All right.
Judge, I'm not familiar with general investigation as an expert field, but certainly digital forensics we would accept.
I'll move in as for digital forensics expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you became involved with the Banfield case. What was the first thing that you did when you started reviewing evidence?
The first part of my evidentiary review focused on the digital forensics. I was provided with a rather large, volume-wise hard drive, 8 terabytes, I believe.
And the digital forensics, and I guess, Your Honor, I would just state that the digital forensics that are the foundation have all been stipulated to in the stipulation document in terms of
For in terms of a report or digital?
In terms of the data that was taken from the devices.
Yes, Your Honor, we have
Okay.
stipulated that the
So
raw
that-
data pulled from the devices does not need to have a chain of custody or
Okay, all right,
foundation.
so he can talk about the raw data from the
Correct.
devices. Okay.
Yes. And so, sir, what's the first step in your analysis of digital forensics when you get involved in the case?
Well, in this particular case, it was atypical because I didn't have to perform any of the acquisition phase of it. Detective Miller had already performed all of the digital forensic acquisition. So what I was provided was generally the derivative elements of his work, which allowed me to just jump right in and review the various artifacts. When I'm performing a digital forensic exam that's derivative of somebody else's work, I make it a point not to review their findings. The reason being, digital forensics is semi-analogous to solving a big math problem. So to perform it accurately, or at least the way I like to perform it accurately, I like to do the work myself, see what answer I come up with before I see the answers of somebody else's work. Digital forensics is a science such that we're all trained similarly. We all take the same training. We all operate the same way. If we perform our actions as we should under the guise of best practices, we should do the same thing, each one of us, and come up with the same results. Digital forensics is repeatable. Digital forensics, it should be, it's binary. The data is the data. It's not subject to interpretation. It's not subjective. So what you see is what you get. There are nuances in understanding it and what it means. Assigning attribution is a different phase of it, but and we'll eventually get past this boring stuff and see some of it. It does reveal what's going on behind the screen, typically on either a phone or a computer.
Now, in terms of the digital forensics in this case, how do you arrive at certain conclusions?
So digital forensics, like most of the forensics, and we've heard a fair amount here so far in this trial, it's supportive. It can be informative. You can draw certain conclusions, but they're based upon the results of the digital forensic analysis and its impact on other items of evidence or other items of investigative nature. And what I mean by that is, for example, if somebody says, if we're investigating a crime that took place in Boston, and somebody says, I have an alibi, I was in Miami, and I look at their phone and there are artifacts that reveal location information in Miami, that is an informative piece that says this individual, based on their phone, might have been in Miami at the time. Now, phones can travel without, are traveling with them. So was the phone there? Was the person there with the phone? So that's a lead. That's a pointer. The follow-up to that would be, okay, do we have airline records? Do we have video surveillance from an airport? Do we have video surveillance from a hotel in Miami? Do we have credit card transactions from a restaurant in Miami? Other indicia of location. So digital forensics is informative. I guess if there's enough digital forensic pointers that can, I think pass a test, then it can be conclusory as well, and we can draw conclusions from it.
And in your example of something in Miami, when you arrive at a certain number of artifacts that say the person's in Miami, is that it?
It can be. That's probably a bad example in terms of being conclusory. If somebody says, there's no pictures of a red sports car on my phone, and I find 100 pictures of Ferraris that are red, that's conclusory to say that the witness information or the interview subject information that they provided to the investigator, whether it was me or somebody else, is clearly wrong. Now, that doesn't get to whether they misremembered, whether those photos are old, whether they were taken by somebody else. So there's still an attribution aspect, but it can be conclusory or informative in that regard.
Okay. Now, in the context of this case, what were you trying to determine based upon the theory of the Commonwealth in this case?
So this case, I've the luxury of coming in at after things had developed. The theory had already been assigned. Catfishing was already Mr. Banfield had been charged already, and indicted under a catfishing theory when I was brought in. So that was my immediate focus. So confirm or refute that theory. As an investigator, whether I'm in my law enforcement capacity or now my private capacity, the facts don't change. The facts are the facts. Facts don't take sides. The truth doesn't take a side. So for me, just because I'm hired or asked to investigate one particular theory, it doesn't mean.
Judge, I would object at this time. This is non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain as non-responsive.
Okay.
You don't ask your question.
Sir, in terms of what you did when you started this investigation into Christine Banfield's devices, what did you do?
So I started evaluating the devices, but at the same time, I reviewed other evidence that was available to me provided in the discovery. That would include witness interviews. That would include subject or co-defendant interviews. That would include social media type event like email, Instagram, Facebook, things of that, WhatsApp. So it's not all a device centric. It can be evidence provided by a service provider like Google or Apple. I reviewed all the photos from the crime scenes, the autopsies, the digital, the forensic science and Office of Medical Examiner. I reviewed all of the facts available to me. The best way to perform what I do is through all source
Judge,
analysis.
objection, non-responsive.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. So in terms of the items that you were just telling the jury that you review, did there come a time where you were reviewing and were able to arrive at conclusions?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And specifically, what date range or what period of time were you looking at?
So the window of time was from January 9th, 2023, specifically with regard to the catfishing, was from January 9th, 2023, obviously through the time of the event on February 24th, 2023. It did extend back a little bit further. For example, the discussion about the windows, that dated back prior to January 9th. There was witness testimony or subject interview, transcript information about planning that predated January 9th. So I don't just look at a time for digital forensics. It's important to look backwards for a certain relevant period to ensure that
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
Why would you look backward in a digital forensic analysis?
A single artifact, as we refer to them in digital forensics, it may not be informative, right? A single text message on this day may lack the context, but the 50 prior exchanges might help that context, right? That's relatable, and the communication after that might also help inform. So it's important to look backwards. It's also important to look forwards in digital forensics. And when we're talking about, in this case, the allegation of a conspiracy that lasted a period of months, I find from an investigative perspective that it's important to look at everything. Digital forensics, like any, I think, informative piece of evidence.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
In the context of certain behaviors that come up through the investigative process, like, for example, when someone may have had their phone and their laptop and when someone would have been away from that, are those things that you look at?
Especially for events like that, what was happening immediately before the event is vital in determining attribution or who might have been performing what activity on a device.
Or saying it in another way, would there be?
Objection leading?
I haven't heard the question yet.
What would you do if there was a pattern of time that needed to be analyzed, or a time of day, or a certain day? How would you go about doing that?
Well, with the digital forensic tools that we have, the software that we have, we're able to visualize things in a timeline fashion. So I'm able to look at, or folks in my profession are able to look at what happened, both what the user was doing and what the system was registering, the computer system. So we're able to generally create a granular timeline that helps inform a decision or conclusion about whether a device might have been removed, from one person and used by another.
Okay, now can you see the document that's on your screen?
I see Detective Miller's executive summary.
Yes.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Yura, can that be published to the jury?
It was not admitted into evidence.
Okay, I'd move it into evidence. as
Objection,
Exhibit
Judge, it's a
85.
hearsay document at this time.
I'll sustain the objection at this time.
Detective Miller testified to it.
If you want to approach. So I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Litsky, I'm going to go to, sorry. Can you see something on your screen there, sir?
I can.
Okay. There's evidence in this case regarding window replacement that was communicated by Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you do a digital examination? Did you do a digital examination as to the allegations that she made with regard to window replacement?
I performed searches relating to that particular topic. I'm able to perform keyword searches as one of the search criteria. So I did perform searches related to that particular part of testimony, yes.
Okay, and was this part of the information that you'd received from our discovery and the data that came from the devices?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at the document that's on your screen. Can you, Your Honor, I'd identify this as Exhibit 86.
All right.
Can you look at Defense Exhibit 86 and explain what we're looking at here?
Judge, I'm going to object to any statements regarding what's contained in the document.
Are you moving it into evidence, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, I would object to foundation. We have not been given any information about this
Sustain as
document.
to foundation, if you want to lay a foundation.
Sir, how did you find these documents and what processes did you use in order to find this information?
So based on the derivative evidence provided to me in discovery on this case, I analyzed in this particular one, this came from Ms. Banfield's cell phone.
Judge, I'm going to object to that conclusion. Again, there's been no foundation laid, and we can approach and I can explain further.
There you want to approach.
Sir, what was the raw data that you used in order to get this, and what system did you use to arrive at this?
This was from an Axiom portable case created by Detective Miller. An Axiom portable case is a derivative product from Magnet Axiom for digital forensic software, which performs mobile and computer device review, or facilitates mobile and computer device review and cloud review and all things digital. So the software is baked in. It's an executable program that comes from the main Magnet program. So Magnet permits digital forensic examiners, in this case Detective Miller, to create a derivative subset of his work that is able to be open on any Windows computer. So you don't need to have a software platform. It is a software platform.
And if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen, the juror, or Your Honor, we move that in as comes or
Same
defense
objection.
If we
exhibit.
could approach, please. So the objection is sustained.
Sir, did you work with the raw data that was provided by the Fairfax County Police through search warrants and other providers, things like that?
For service providers, yes. The records I had were responsive from Google, Apple, Facebook, and Instagram, FetLife, and others, Discord. For the computer and mobile devices, I was not provided the raw data. I was provided the derivative work, the portable cases, the Celebrate readers, which to my understanding is the complete device. Nothing is filtered out, but I wouldn't characterize it as raw data.
Your Honor, may I just request a 10-minute recess?
We want to do our afternoon recess? We can do that.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And we will get right back to you. Again, don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Yeah. Correct.
All right, sir, since you are in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the defense at this point, okay?
Of course, thank you.
All right, we'll be back at 3:15.
All right.
Okay, so while they're going on their break, let me see. Oh, shoot. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so guys, I wanted to ask y'all while they're going on their break. Oh, shoot. That's not what I wanted to do. Is it me, or are y'all getting the feeling they are not even they're not like humanizing the two victims, Christine and Joseph? Did y'all notice that in the prosecution's case? Like, I don't know, is it just me, or does this case seem like it's really weird the way it is? Like, when I'm thinking about it, like, there's no I mean, they barely talk about Joseph. Like, I don't know. Like, it just seemed weird the way, like, this case is being set up. Like, not humanizing them at all. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It just seems weird. That's what I would like to say. That as we listen to all this stuff, it just seems weird to me. So I guess, of course, we got this guy on here, and this is kind of important because it just going to depend on how the jury interprets all this forensic evidence that they're putting out. Because remember, this is a big deal because they're trying to say, you're trying to basically say that Christine was actually, doing this on the site. I don't know. So, yeah, I understand. OnlyFans says sometimes they can't and pretrial motions and all, but I mean, you gotta admit that even if they can't, like, this is terrible. Like, I mean, like, I forgot we even talk about two people. So I don't know. I know that you can't do too much, but if you don't have a dad on the stand, I mean, come on. Like, I don't know. I just think that they should have painted the story story in regards to who they were. Like, even when we talking about, even in the opening statements, I don't even recall that being done in the opening statements, really. It's just talking about what they did. The Texas 7777770. I probably put way too many stuff. Super sad. I didn't even know this went to trial. I remember the whole story though. Yeah, it's very sad. You know, and I know like the state, they wanted to use the daughter statement. Remember, that got thrown out. So they wasn't able to do it. So I think right now, you know, the defense is just really trying to focus on evidence, how it was gathered, and whether those reports support the state theory or alternate theory, especially when they have experts from, we had the blood expert that came on yesterday, you know, in regards to the pattern of the blood. Then we got another expert that comes and refute that. So it depends on which expert. And if we're weighing with experts, I'm pretty sure that y'all probably say the lady probably from today, right? She seemed more confident. Boom, boom, bam. I don't know about the lady from yesterday. The lady from yesterday, I thought she needed a nap. Me personally. You say lots of sevens. So I think that that's a lot that's going to happen. It's going to be like the battle of the experts. And, you know, the defense even mentioned like, hey, they're saying that this is a catfish implied, but they have not brought any information in to support this catfish implied. So what the defense did is said, okay, we'll bring in our investigators and our people that could testify to that it wasn't a catfish implied, regardless if the state brought that in the beginning of their opening statement. So that's good to look at. You know, will the jury believe her? Because the case is basically about what she said. Because y'all remember, after the case is over with, Juliana gets to get on the flight and go back to Brazil. I don't know how she get back to Brazil. When you get deported, do they give you a one-way ticket? I don't know. When you get deported, or do you got to pay for your own ticket? What if you ain't got no money? I don't know. If y'all know what happens when you get deported, let me know. I don't know if it's a one-way ticket and the USA paid for it. Oh, she already testified. We in the defense case, Texas. Yeah, her life is pretty sad, catch up. Yeah, I definitely agree. Y'all make sure y'all go sign up for the catch up course so y'all can catch up on this mess. And any other trials that you're following. I think they put her on a donkey and she take. No, I don't know, for real. Like, maybe I should act Uncle Goose, because I don't know. What happens when you get deported? Oh, they got it. Somebody must have actually said, let's say when deported, the U.S. government typically pays for a flight using taxpayer funds. Well, we gonna pay for it, especially for forced removals, though individuals may sometimes pay if they agree to voluntary departure or have assets. However, if an airline incorrectly allows someone to board a flight to the U.S., that airline often pays for the return of the trip. So it looked like the USA will pay for her to go back. You say they'll deport her to Mexico. I don't know, but now she getting it all. Like, this was such a win situation for her. She been in jail. Let me see how long. I can't remember how long she been in custody. Because I know she went to jail before him. I don't know. I don't see anything right away. Dang it. I know I probably had it before. But anywho, so she been in jail for what? Maybe 2 years. Maybe 2 years, and she get to do 2 years. She get out, and then she get to write a tell-all book. She gets to do a Lifetime movie, a Netflix documentary, all of these different things. Get to get paid because she can't get a job no more because she a felon. But I don't understand what they got to do with anything, because maybe they don't worry about felons where she going in Brazil. I mean, yeah, no, she probably can't come back here and be an all pair, but why did she get to live her best life and she done took somebody else's life and she has some involvement with it? Like, I'm irritated with that. Like, they just can't get me past that part. Oh yeah, she getting a Lifetime movie. Now I don't know if you're gonna tune in or not, or maybe she'll get a For My Man spot. I don't know. For My Man spot, I think you got to go to jail. You got to really do some time to get a For My Man spot, and they don't even put you in the movie. They just, you know. I don't know. I don't like her. I don't like her, and I don't like him. So how about that? I don't like neither one of them. I don't like him because he's sitting over there looking stupid, in my opinion. Yes, he over there looking stupid. I think that he can have better facial expressions. Yeah, she'll get time served. I don't think she's doing no additional time. From a note that I just looked up, when I was looking up how long she's been in there, based off her plea, is like after her testifying. Because remember, guys, she was supposed to be sentenced in I think December of last year. But because his case did not go to trial in October, they pushed her sentencing back. So they were hanging this, like, dangling it over her, like, you have to testify, we have to go to trial. Once the trial is over, then we'll send you home and you'll have your deal. So, like, even the state lady, like the state, when they was questioning her about, if she, how she was going to support herself, like, they almost humanized her more than they humanized the people that passed away. Like, who gives a fuck if she gets a job or not? Excuse my F bomb. I'm dropping F bombs. Like, but who cares? Who cares if she able to get a job? I mean, these people cannot be seen anymore. Like, you only get one of these lives. Like, she ain't stupid. I know she got the American dream and get to go back home. It's disgusting. That's all I can say. I'm just so disgusted by it. And I guess that's the part that I can't reconcile in my head, is why couldn't they build a better case? I just want the state to have just such an awesome case, so airtight that both of these sleaze bags can go down. I said, why would Juliana make up such a crazy story? She has no motive to say anything about that life. I don't know. I won't go that far to say she doesn't. Remember, we got the pretty wife, right? We got the baby. She wants to be the mom. She wants the husband. She wants to take Christine's place. Yeah, we may think that she naive and she don't know a lot, but I won't put that past her. Now, I'm not saying that she did it and she was the mastermind, but what I would say is I'm not putting it past her if she did have a motive. I think her motive was she wanted to take Christine's place, right? Can you imagine? You sitting up here messing with your boss. He got a wife, a husband, but you need her to be gone. You need her to be gone. I can see her sitting up there thinking of different things that, ways to get rid of it. And I think she could have brought it to, I'm telling y'all think people don't be, I've never heard of that life until we got into this trial, but people be into some strange things, right? And they know strange things. Like, who knows? Like, for all we know, I ain't no telling. She said she get more than y'all living there paying it. Right. She is. And for her to be able to come and unalive somebody, it's just, I'm telling you. I promise you, Marilda. You hit one of these geese out here. I forgot what they said they called. You hit one of these geese out here, baby. They gonna put you up under the jail. They don't care what you done did, how you done did it. You spank a dog. You spank a cat. They gonna put you up under the jail. This one right here, she can come and unalive a whole person, and they just like, okay, just tell us who did it. Yeah, maybe he did. I said, just an evil and jealous woman. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, guys, she moved her stuff in his, like she knew everything that had went on, right? And she was still willing to stay with him and be with him and move all her stuff in the bedroom, move all the white stuff out. She claimed her spot, baby. You can't spank a cat. I don't know shit. I don't know shit, SD. Oh, I thought you might can spank a cat. I don't know. You can tell me and cats don't get You say you coming over here. Get me self a Brendan. Y'all see what she say? Get me self a Brendan. And get a free flight back home. They don't have a butt. Oh, I thought cats had. Everybody got a butt. The hell you mean they don't have a butt? I can't imagine hurting someone who welcomed me into their home.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Just totally disrespectful. And she wasn't the first. She wasn't the first living nanny that they had. She was the second one. I just wish that they would talk about Christine and Joseph a little bit more, or they should have at some point in time. Like they have really got to me. Christine was nice and welcoming and shared her most precious treasure, her child. Absolutely. Right, drunkie. In her home. And Quietest kept her man too. So I don't know. she was sharing it all, baby. She was sharing it all. Now, whether she knew it or not, that's a different story. But she was sharing it all, baby. And when they say sharing is caring, that was her choice to stay. I said that was her choice to say. You talk about Juliana. Poor Christine. Right. Very sad. Yeah, I want to know if Juliana started crying when they asked her about the nanny why she started crying. I don't know. Oh, Juliana was saying she had got rid of the wife. She got this IRS agent man. He like 50. She 20. She running around there twerking. Y'all see she like twerking Tina. She was running around twerking. She looked totally different at this point in time. Like she done gained a lot of weight. She liking that jail food, baby. She probably stressed out. Can't get her hair done. I don't know. Yeah, she done put on a couple pounds while she been in there. I bet you them two, they looked across from each other and they was like, ew, I liked you. You ever been with somebody and y'all break up and you know, y'all ain't together. So when you see him, you like, damn, I liked him for real. Like, or damn, I liked her for real. What a waste of my time. Like, ew. You look at him like, ew, what was wrong with me? Like, I was taking all that drama from that shit. That right there. Really? When you walk away, you like, I can't believe I was up crying. I can't believe I wanted you back. I can't believe I want, really? Ew. That's how they was looking at each other in the courtroom. They was looking at each other in that courtroom like, who is that? Brendan should have got up and said, objection. I do not know that lady that's on the stand. I do not know her at all. Who is that? That is not who I unalived my wife for. Who the fuck is that? That's what he should have did. He should have got up and said, objection. I do not know that person at all. Who is that twerking Tina coming up in here? Where's them glasses? No. The person I knew didn't wear glasses. She had blonde hair. She had lashes and makeup. Who is that? That's what he should have did. So I don't know her. I have no clue who y'all talking about. I'm telling you, that's the only way he was gonna get out of here. You know how they be like, point out the defendant. She could have even easily did the same. When they was like, point out the defendant here in the courtroom, could you please point out Brendan? She could have been like, I do not see him. And I got on these thick ones, baby. I can't see him. I can't see him at all. Look, I can't see him at all. You got to make up emojis so you can say the magic cat. She had a lot of things going on for her. That would have been funny. Oh, Brendan, you would have made my day. Objection. I do not know her. Who is that coming in here looking like twerking Tina? That's not the same one I fell in love with. That's not my Brazilian babe. I want a refund. All right, they back in court. Let me stop messing with y'all. Let me stop messing with y'all. Oh, wait.
All right. See your next question.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Litsky.
All right.
I would ask to recall him at a later time.
Okay, well, cross-examination?
No.
Not at this time, Your Honor, no, thank you.
Okay, all right. Sir, since you are subject to recall,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Did y'all see? Y'all catch how the judge looked at him when he said subject to recall? The judge like, look, we at the end of this case. What do you mean recall? What is he doing? He don't have any further questions, but this man is subject to recall. What do you mean? What is this attorney doing? The judge looking like, homie, like we should be at the end of the case. What are you doing? Oh man, somebody go help my homie out. Subject to recall. I think he just want to keep people on recall just in case. Subject to recall. Look at the judge.
In doing your forensic analysis, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do.
Make sure the green button's on there.
Okay, I think it's on now. In obtaining data from a device, the first thing we do is stabilize it, and that method depends on whether it's a mobile device or a computer, whether the device is on or off. So an example of a computer, what I would do is the device, if it's already coming to me in a powered off state, I would remove the hard drive, connect it to a forensic machine with a write blocker. A write blocker is a device that prevents writing to that evidence device. Therefore, no bits are changed. So no zeros, no ones, nothing gets altered. And then I take what's called a forensic image of that and create an evidence file from that, which is then loaded into another forensic tool that will parse that data and create it into a readable format for me as the examiner or anybody else to read down the road.
And would you draw your conclusions that are the conclusions that are on this digital forensics executive summary after doing that through different artifacts?
Yes, I would draw any conclusions off of data that had been obtained from a device.
Okay, and what you just described to the jury is what went into this document, the digital forensic executive summary.
Everything that was used to compile that came from data that had been extracted from the digital devices.
Okay, and specifically relating, and I'm referencing this document, January 9th, that was an important day in terms of who was using devices.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
All right.
What's the significance of January?
Objection, go ahead.
Yes. What's the significance of January 9th, 2023 in this investigation?
That was a date that a Gmail account was created.
Okay, and in your investigation, were you able to determine who created that account?
Who in particular? No.
Yes. Were you able to investigate using your tools to determine artifacts such as such as other lifestyle type matters as to who was home, who could have been there, things like that?
Judge, objection is to form.
If you want to state that question again.
What are the things that, so when you're honing in on who was using a device, what things do you look at?
I would look at a variety of things. Pattern of life would be a term that would be used, but you would explore all that the data has to offer. and see if there's enough artifacts there to support or provide enough information as to who may have been using that device, but barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put somebody behind a screen.
Now, in terms of, but in terms of reaching conclusions in digital forensics, you have to make determinations based on a number of factors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to arrive at the conclusion that
Objection leading?
on January 9th?
Sir, sustained as to leading.
What, if anything, did you take into consideration in arriving at your conclusion on January 9th, 2023?
For that particular date,
Yes.
I took into account all the information I had at that time as to what was the more likely scenario based on what I had at the time.
Okay. And what was your determination based upon this particular executive summary?
That based on what I had at the time, it indicated that the device owner was using the device.
Okay. Now, you've put in this summary January 17th. Is that a significant date?
Yes.
Okay. What's the significance of that date?
That was another date that an account was created.
And was that the FetLife account?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the relationship, if any, between the Gmail account that was created on January 9th and the FetLife account that was created on January 17th?
The Gmail account that had been created on January 9th was the email account that was used in the creation of the FetLife account.
Okay. And were you able to determine through your expertise who had control of the device, Christine's devices on that day?
I was able to determine that it was her phone involved in creating that device. I was able to determine that it was her phone used in the creation of that account based on a variety of returns.
And did you make any conclusions at that time that she had not given up her devices?
I had nothing indicating loss of dominion and control at that time.
Okay, and that's what your finding was as per that particular day, correct?
Yes.
Has that changed?
Yes.
When did that change?
A co-defendant admitted to using the devices.
Okay. Has it digitally, in terms of digital forensic artifacts, has that changed?
No, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay, so, and zeros and ones, that's binary, right?
Yes.
So your conclusions based on zeros and ones are still the same?
Yes.
The only additional factor is the co-defendant adopted a different story.
I was provided additional information that had to be taken into account, yes.
Okay, meaning she told the story that she told the other day here?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other conclusive digital artifacts that were different in the creation of this report other than the co-defendant testifying differently?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
It wasn't a very artfully worded question. Were there any, so we were just talking about digital analysis. Is it fair to say that you were never in a position to challenge any of the things she said?
I conducted no interviews with her. That's correct.
Were you able to observe whether she was ever challenged on any of the things she said?
Only with the interviews that have been recorded.
Okay. And do you believe that she was challenged on what she was said?
Objection. I'm not sure that that is relevant. His belief.
Yeah, I'll overrule as to relevance.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Do you believe she was challenged in those interviews?
I think that's a relative term. I can't speak to what the person asking the questions was thinking at the time.
Let me see if I can get us to a point where we're understanding each other. As an investigator, if you think that something may not be right, whether it's based on digital forensics or anything, you challenge them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you would do if you were in a situation where you were interviewing based upon your work, correct?
My questions would have likely been different, but I can't speak to why somebody would ask what they would ask in an interview they're conducting.
So if somebody says something, generally, if somebody says something that's wrong, you don't challenge them?
I think I would.
Okay. In watching those interviews, were they ever challenged? Was she ever challenged?
Judge, objection calls for speculation. Again, he's testified already that he doesn't know what was in their minds when they're asking questions.
Speculation.
Well, I'm asking him about his review of the videos. It's not, it's essentially, it's his.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead. If you can answer.
Yeah. Re-ask the question, sir, please.
Watching the interviews of her recant, you weren't there, correctly? Correct?
Yes, I was not there.
Did you think that she was challenged when she gave the story that she gave?
It appeared to be more of a free-form interview. I did not see direct confrontation on things in that interview.
Okay. And when you say free form, you mean she was just able to tell what she wanted to?
Well, they were going through the details.
Okay, so she was asked about a detail, and then she was able to give a story?
Pretty much it was a question and answer format.
Okay. And I guess my question is, I use the term challenge. Were there people questioning what she was saying?
In light of
any of the topics?
I don't remember anything specifically.
Okay. What were your conclusions in your executive summary that you wrote before her recant?
That based on the digital evidence I had at the time and the facts known at the time, it indicated that the device owner was responsible for the activity on the device.
And that device owner?
Christine Banfield.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Let me just put this down. Or do you need it? You may take it away.
Or just put it down. It's fine. Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Afternoon.
All right, so you stated barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put someone behind a screen. Isn't that correct?
There needs to be corroboration of some sort, yes.
All right, and in this case, when you dug into Christine's phone, Christine's laptop, the information that you received from the external sources, Google, Apple, were you able to put someone concretely behind the screen?
At times, yes.
But throughout the context of all of the conversations that you saw occurring, the activity that you saw occurring on Christine's phone, could you conclusively opine as to who was behind the screen?
No.
Okay. And when you wrote this report that Mr. Carroll has referenced, you used the phrasing, Christine did this, Christine did that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after additional information and further investigation, you would have changed that to Christine's phone or Christine's laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because again, you can't put someone behind the screen in this case, can you?
Not for everything, correct.
Okay. The evidence itself did not change, correct?
Correct, the data did not change.
You did not change the evidence, correct?
No, I did not change the evidence.
You reviewed how many terabytes of data in this case?
A lot.
A lot, okay. And in all of that, there was no ability to reach a conclusion that one person was always operating on FetLife, was always operating on Christine's phone when interacting with the Google account that was created to manipulate the FetLife account. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. There are no artifacts contrary to Juliana Perez Magalhaes' statements regarding the creation of the account, are there?
Not that are coming to mind, no.
And the only changes that you would have made here is, again, to clarify that there are points at which you cannot tell who is operating the device.
Yes, I would have clarified. It's very difficult to speak about devices constantly saying this person's device, that person's device. I did it with Joseph Ryan's devices, Brendan Banfield's devices, Juliana's devices all throughout. I just called it the person who owned the device using.
All right, so in this case, I got louder. The digital forensics may not lie, but they didn't provide us with any conclusive evidence of who was operating Christine's phone when the Google account used in conjunction with the FetLife account was created.
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked about your review of Juliana Perez Magalhaes' original proffer that occurred on October 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was another interview with Juliana that occurred in February?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive information from watching the October proffer about what was going on in the room between the detectives and the attorneys that were present? Did anyone show you the notes that were passed? Have you had the opportunity to talk to those individuals about what they might have whispered about when they stepped out of the room?
I did not discuss that with anybody.
Okay, so you have no idea what, if anything, went into the questions that she was asked and whether or not there was effort made to confirm that her story had additional corroboration, do you?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions.
right.
Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Sir, do you know why you as
Could you wait till you get to the microphone, please?
do you know why you as the expert in digital forensics was not called in the Commonwealth's case?
I don't.
Were you ever told anything about that?
Objection calls for hearsay?
Overruled.
I just know that they were not advertising it, that they were having the proffer at that time. I found out afterwards it had already taken place.
No, I'm talking about for the trial, for this trial.
I'm sorry, ask your question again then.
So it started with, do you know why you weren't called when you were the expert in digital forensics for this case?
Again, I can't speak to somebody's motivation for not including me.
Okay. It's not a hard question to say when you're not watching someone on a device to say digital forensics can't conclusively determine who it is behind the device, correct?
Can you ask it again, please, sir?
Sure. It's not a hard question to ask someone like yourself, you don't know 100% who's behind that device. Isn't that correct?
Objection leading?
I'll sustain as to leading if you want to ask.
What is the likelihood of being able to say someone is using their device with 100% certainty without seeing the person?
That's difficult to do.
Okay. And that's one of the reasons why digital forensics is a valuable tool, correct?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Oh, overruled, if you can answer
Yes.
And it's because of, well, the factors that you've described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. That's how you arrive at conclusions, correct?
Yes.
But they're not, how many times that you've arrived at successful conclusions where you were 100% certain the person who was behind the device?
I would say only in circumstances where somebody admitted that they were using the device.
Okay. Or you had a camera on them or something like that?
Correct, some kind of corroborative factor.
Do you have any idea why you were excluded from any of these meetings regarding the Juliana's recant?
I can't speak to people's motives to not including me.
Okay. Was there anyone else who was covering the digital forensics arena in your stead?
In general or for a meeting in particular?
For this case.
No, I was pretty much the one who did the analysis.
So you were the expert?
Yes.
And who would rely upon your expertise in the ongoing investigation?
The lead detectives.
Okay. And are you talking about Detective Bryant?
Yes.
And Detective Goodell?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the flow of information as you found digital forensics? Did you give it to them?
Yes, everything that I processed was ultimately provided directly to Kyle Bryant and other detectives involved in the case.
And did you ever, so I'm asking in the context of like a math equation, did you ever show your work or did you just show your conclusions?
I went through the artifacts with the detectives.
Okay, and that would be Kyle Bryant?
Yes.
And Tom Goodell?
Yes.
Any other detectives?
There were a lot of people in meetings.
Okay, so they were, okay, so you're talking about meetings, but did you ever go in and just talk to them in a granular level as to why you arrived at the conclusions you arrived at?
Yes.
And how often would that happen?
There were multiple occasions that I got to a granular level.
Okay. What about the command staff? Did you ever get into the granular level with the command staff on the digital forensics?
There were multiple meetings where command staff was present and I outlined why I came to the conclusions I came to. But as far as sitting down and going over every artifact, no.
Okay. And would you have been invited to do that by the command staff?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that.
Were you ever invited to come in and give the granular details, no matter who they were?
I don't recall providing granular details to command staff.
Okay. And granular, we're talking about to the nitty gritty, right? Just so we're using the same terms.
Judge, objection is to form. I'm not sure how nitty gritty is different from granular.
I'll sustain that objection.
How would you describe granular in the way we're talking about it?
Painstaking detail, like getting into why that artifact is the way it is, how it came to be there, going through that way. So some of them were down to that level, but not the entirety of the case, no.
Okay. And when you say some of, you're speaking to the people when you say some of them?
Yeah, there were different times throughout this investigation where I would sit down with various different people, and depending on what was desired, I would go through exactly how I arrived where I was. Some people wanted overview. Some people wanted to see down to the detail.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, is this witness subject to recall again, or?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you're still subject to recall, detective, so do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free for today, though, I think, now. Yes, sure. He's free for today, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have never seen an attorney that do not want to let a witness go in my life. Like, he has not let nobody go. Everybody's subject to come back. Don't nobody say nothing to nobody. Don't nobody talk to nobody else. Don't nobody do nothing. Everybody is subject to recall. Like, no matter what they do, they subject to a recall with him. He don't want to let nobody go. You say the judge is helping. I don't know, but he not playing because the judge like, are they subject to recall? He like, yeah. I just want to keep them on notice just in case. In case I think of some things tonight, right? Let's see here. Y'all know we don't have no TiVo time, so we're in here in real time. So we'll see what they decide to do this afternoon. Yeah, I think that his mom and dad may be in the courtroom. I think. I could be wrong, but they sitting, I think, right behind him. And so it looked like with this last witness, the state witness that the state didn't call, that the defense decided to call them, became a state witness. Basically, he said he wasn't jumping sides at all. You say, do you think Christine woke up with 3 people in her room? Yeah, I think it's possible. I can see that. I can see that happening. I definitely can see that happening. With him in the room, and then Goofy Man right here coming right behind him. And we got the babysitter, the lady, twerking Tina. Yeah, I do think that. I think that they all could have been in there. I'd be scared the bejesus out of her because she was probably asleep. Oh gosh, I cannot stand when people like wake me up, like yell or something at me. It makes me so nervous. Like I feel like my soul didn't jump out of my chest. I can't stand when people wake me up like that. I want you to wake me up gently. Like I want you to kind of like, because I'm a light sleeper. So yeah, don't yell at me or nothing. So I can only imagine how she got up. And remember, when she was transported, she was only found in her socks. So I mean, and I guess, I don't know. I guess they tried to take off his pants and put his pants back on. I don't know, but this shit was on backwards or halfway down or something. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we try the best intentions to get everything lined up as we can, but it appears that the defense at this point doesn't have any other witnesses that are available today. All right. So what I want to do with you is if tomorrow we can start at 9:30 and possibly go to 5:30, because I got to make up this hour because I'm chasing a snowstorm. Okay. So 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow, if that's available for everybody. Can we do that tomorrow, 9:30 to 5:30? And I know we had talked about no Fridays. Attorneys wanted me to float with you if you were available for this Friday. If you're not, that's fine, because I told you no Fridays. But if you get back there and you can let the deputy know if all of you are available for Friday, we could do testimony on Friday. Just this snowstorm is just, I'm trying to chase it. I really am. And I want to get as much in as I could before that occurs on Saturday night. So allegedly. So we will see, but you never know around here, but I just a little concerned about it. So if you could just let the deputy know, if you don't know tonight, or you'll know by tomorrow whether or not Friday is an option, just let her know. And if it's not, I understand, because we had told you no Fridays, okay? So anyway, but you're done for tonight.
Yeah. We risk the following week after February 6th.
No, we don't risk it. We are definitely ahead of schedule. We will have this case to you next week, depending on the snow. That's what I'm worried about, is if we get 12 inches of snow in this area, we might be out for 3 days next week, and we might not be back till Thursday or something like that. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can get the roads cleared and get you in here as quick as possible. It's my decision whether to close the courthouse, so believe me, I will be trying to get it done as we can, okay? But I just want to keep that in the ballpark, so that's why I'm trying to get the Fridays done, just in case, because I just don't know about next week, okay? But even if we come in Thursday next week, we will still be done by February 6th. I'm pretty confident in that, okay? All right, so have a good night. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't do any outside research, please. All right, thank you. Have a good night. All right, so we'll do 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Are you working on jury instructions? Are we getting those done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so maybe even if they can't come in on Friday, maybe we can do jury instructions on Friday. Okay, figure it out. All right, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at 9:30.
All right.
Well, that ends our court session today for our Brendan case. I don't want to call Brendan, whatever his name is. Okay, so we have, so it looked like she was giving them all Fridays off. So that's why they were not here last Friday. I wasn't aware of that. I just thought they may have, somebody had an appointment or something last Friday, and that's why they took off. But it appears that Fridays are always off for them. So what we'll do is I am getting our other stream together. Okay. So that is getting together so we can go back in that courtroom. I do have us recording at 1.25 for our Canero case. So we should be okay over here.
Once you get seated and you're comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Let me make sure.
My name is Boris Volstein, Boris.
Sorry, guys.
Vols.
Let me take that off. Okay. So that should be done in just a second. I think that we'll be able to start that one about 3 o'clock. It doesn't seem like we'll be in there real long. Not from what I'm seeing over there as I'm recording it. Yeah, because I think their court session is over. So we'll go in there and watch that, and we'll get day 6 out the way for our Canero trial. Verdict watch. It looks like that is still, let me see if their clock stopped over there. Probably not. No. So the clock is still going in the Texas case, 2 hours and 57 minutes. If something comes out in regards to that, I'll try to let you guys know if I see anything. I don't think that verdict is coming out today. I mean, they got 29 people that they got to look over. So I don't think that one's going to happen today. But we'll keep an eye out on it. I'd be surprised if it does. Okay, and let's see what else we got going on. I'm just trying to see where it's at in this recording. This should be done in a minute. Okay, so I'll sit out the alert for our next feed that we're gonna do for our afternoon feed. It won't be like yesterday. I don't have any appointments, and I've been actually recording. So I've been doing the recording while we're over here, so we're good there. Leah, I am still looking into that stuff that you sent over here. So I'm looking into it to see what we can and cannot do. Yeah, because it's very interesting. I just gotta see how that works. So I'm working on it. Because it looks like this case should be wrapped up. Like they like, y'all gonna have us here on February 6th. We don't want to be here on February 6th. The jury, like, they over this, okay? And this guy keeps talking about recall and recall and recall and recall and recall. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, Leah. Y'all seen that saying it's in the second week of trial. Yeah, I gotta look into that and see what I can find on it. That's probably not gonna happen because I gotta figure out what I can find on it. Yeah, but yeah, so I'll put y'all alerts on. I'll send out the notification. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be like 3:30. So give me about an hour, and then it'll be it should be ready for us, okay? And then we can go over there and hang out, chit chat, and look at that one. You say the story then came back. Oh gosh, how funny. Well, I want to say shout out to the mods, the chat, everybody who hung out today, all our new people that came and joined and chatted with us. I hope that you come back for tomorrow and all the court cases that we actually cover. And finding some real good spicy stuff. Oh, I found the spicy case that I'm trying to see if we can get up in there. I'm trying to see what I can do with it. It's like the firefighter trial. And I'm trying to see. Oh, I think it's a good case, and I want to cover it. I'm trying to figure out how much they're gonna give me. How much they gonna give me? Like, give it to me, baby. I don't know if they're gonna give it to me or not, but it don't look like they want to give it to me. But I'm trying to get it, baby. I'm trying to get it. I'm trying. All right, guys. Well, I'll put on our outro song, and I will see y'all in the next stream. Probably about an hour and a half. It should be ready because it's still recording. I got it recorded on like 1.5. Like, it's probably gonna be real fast for us. All right, y'all.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom fog. In Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Bucket loves her grand, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Just sweet Pea and the mods in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
All right, guys, I'll see y'all in the next stream. About an hour and a half tops. All right, see you then. Peace.